Good evening. Welcome to the January 22nd meeting of the Lawrence and Douglas County Metropolitan Planning Commission. This is a hybrid format meeting. Ellie, would you please walk us through the rules of the meeting?
Yep. Ellie Mullins, planner, and I will be helping to facilitate the Zoom video portion of the meeting tonight. I will work alongside the chair to facilitate the meeting proceedings. I have a few housekeeping items for this hybrid meeting. This meeting is being recorded and broadcast on the city's YouTube channel and cable channel 25. Please remember to mute yourself during the meeting when you are not speaking. The chat function for this public meeting is disabled. All chats will go directly to me. Unless you are participating during the meeting, please turn your video off. This allows the active meeting participants to be seen on screen. You will still be able to hear the meeting. When you are participating, please turn your video on. If you have any trouble, please send a chat to me. The city reserves the right to mute people or turn individual videos off to minimize distractions during the meeting. Now I will turn the meeting back over to the chair.
Ellie, thank you so much. First item up tonight is to accept a motion to receive the minutes from the December meeting.
So moved.
Thank you. Second. Any discussion?
I have a question.
Yes.
I was curious, the meetings, we've talked about this a couple times, but I noticed there's the formal written meetings and then there's also the recordings now. And I was just curious how the two kind of go hand in hand, because I noticed our meetings aren't really very detailed, but we have recordings. So it struck me as which one are official and...
Which is the official record?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I know the answer to that.
Okay, I don't.
It'd be both. What you have is you have the action summary that you are on for tonight on that one, but then the video also exists, so if we ever need to go back to it, it is there.
Okay, that's what I guessed. I just wanted to ask. Thank you.
Great question. Any other discussion? All those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Carries unanimously. Thank you. On to committee reports. Is there anything from the MPO Policy Board, David,
No.
Charlie?
No.
No updates. Land Development Code Update Steering Committee. The consultant is busily working on what's called Module 3. We haven't had a meeting as a committee since the last update here last month, but we do expect meetings to begin in the next month, and probably with a little bit more rigor than has been, or a little bit more vigor than has been there in the past. And then on wind regulations ad hoc update, we are of course talking about that topic tonight, but I did have a note. I wonder if we should consider removing this from the committee reports, given the ad hoc is not disbanded, but we're not active, maybe until such time as we've been reactivated, go back on.
We can definitely make that change if the commission would like.
No other reason, simplification of the agenda. All right, thank you. Are there any written communications received from the public, Jeff?
All communications that were received as part of your packet this evening.
Very good. How about written communications from staff, planning commissioners, or other commissioners?
All none this evening.
All right. Written communications, action of any waiver requests, determinations made by the city engineer?
Also none this evening.
All right. Disclosures of ex parte communications from the planning commissioners? Anyone want to share anything since the last meeting?
I do.
Yes.
Received some communication. I forwarded it on to staff. And then I also have spoke with the Kansas Coalition for Open Government regarding concerns for the ad hoc work relating to the Kansas Open Meetings Act.
All right. Thank you. Any other ex parte tonight? Declaration of abstentions. I know that Commissioner Munch is abstained from this item. Any others tonight? And the last item before we jump into the agenda item tonight is general public comment. If there's anyone here to speak about anything not on tonight's agenda, this is an opportunity to address the commission. No one in the room? Ellie, anybody online?
Nobody online.
All right, very good. We'll get into our regular agenda. And I've got just a little bit of a preamble here, if you'll bear with me for just a couple of minutes. Given the unique nature of this meeting, I'd like to talk about that a bit. First off, a little housekeeping. Sound in the commission chambers is the best we can do. If you're unable to hear in this room, please consider moving to the foyer where the sound is much better. There's a chair situation there, so maybe people would swap out. And I'd also ask both commissioners and staff to help us remember to speak into the microphone so that we can all be heard as best as possible. We only have one topic tonight. We're here to conduct the county's business. We'll closely follow our bylaws, particularly as they relate to meeting procedure. The topic tonight is on the regulations for wind energy, and our design tonight is to finish discussion, modification of those regulations, and to advance those by majority vote to the Board of County Commissioners. I want to point out that these are regulations that govern all wind energy projects that may come for all of Douglas County. It's not about any one possible application. It's not about any one particular place in Douglas County. This meeting is a continuation of our October meeting, and I'll get to that just a little bit more in a bit. So what happens after the regulations are advanced, whether that's tonight or at a later date? I want to remind everyone, we're a recommending body only. Once we make our determination, that recommendation will be sent to the County Commission for another public hearing where they will make their determinations. So this is not over tonight. Please remember, we're discussing regulations only tonight. We will not be making any decisions on, nor should we try to influence, policy. Examples of that are, this isn't about yes or no, does wind energy happen here? This isn't about a ban or a moratorium. We're not thinking about renewable energy or fossil fuels or climate change. We're not thinking about, is there an energy need or where energy will be used? Those are all policy questions that belong to the County Commission alone, and we should be careful and very thoughtful anytime we would approach something that is the County Commission's policy authority. Now, tonight's meeting is unique. We tabled our October meeting to allow time for commissioners to absorb all of the materials. And so I want to just spend a second on what unique means, what this will look like tonight. Unique in this case, since we tabled things where they were, the design is to pick back up where we were. The staff report and presentation will not be re-delivered in whole tonight. Public comment was completed and closed. Over the course of the discussion in our October meeting, we answered all the questions that were brought by the commissioners at that time, captured and memorialized in some red lines that we'll cover here in just a little bit. That left us at the end of October with two primary topics. That was to understand the large amount of material dropped by the county that morning and make sure that there wasn't something there that we need to consider. And then second, we had setbacks as a topic that we've committed as a group to have a full discussion on. So that we'll go forward with that. What I'll ask us to do is as a just kind of an initial way to think about the flow of this meeting. I'll start by asking staff to share with us the edits that were made based on the feedback that we had given to them and from legal. We'll pause for just a moment to see if there's any questions from commissioners, just to clarify that we do in fact have that right and we're able to move on from that. I'll ask commissioners if there's any specific questions that you want to revisit from the full body of things, as opposed to just those two items, because we've had a little bit of time to think about it since then. There might be some topics that people want to go back and revisit. We will discuss the past open items, that means the county's memo, and dig into and try to get to a place where we can make a recommendation on setbacks. And once we've concluded that work, we'll work to a motion that'll be supported by a majority of commissioners. That'll forward to the County Commission. That's what I've imagined for tonight's meeting. Open any feedback, or we'll just try to take it as it goes as we go along. All right?
I do have a question about
Yes,
the public
please.
comment.
Yes.
So I went back and watched our last meeting, and it was said that we wouldn't take any more public feedback, or public comment was closed and there would be no public comment. Of course, we've all received some that we've forwarded on, but then we also got a packet of communication since our last meeting and this meeting that is public comment. So I'm just a little confused about how to handle it, in the sense that we said no more public comment, but then we had public comment. So do we consider that public comment? What do we, technically, does it matter since public comment was closed. I understand that it's closed tonight for oral public comment, but plenty of written comment came in
So
between.
here's the way I've been thinking about this, and I would certainly take advice from council or from our director. But the way I've thought about this is that it's as though we took a break in October and now we're back. And if you've learned something, if something's that's material that should be brought forward from the general public, then we should consider. I think it's in bounds to at least have a discussion about that. I want to be careful, though, because out of fairness, if we open it for one, we really have to open it for all. And I don't believe that we would want to get into tonight a situation where we're trying to go back and forth between industry and public and trying to ferret out, truths there. But if there is something that's unique, that's different, I'd say let's talk about it.
Okay.
There is one maybe exception to that. There was one bit of information that was delivered to us from Becky. That was a set of documents that was discussed in our meeting and only came out to us afterwards based on a request from a commissioner. So that was in play before we cut off public comment.
Great.
Right? So I'd say that's fair in bounds. That sound okay to everyone? Have I laid that out in a fair way? So setting us up for any kind of problems? All right. With that, thank you, Chelsea. Sandy, Cece, welcome back, Cece. Without necessarily draining the full depth of those red lines, if you could kind of give us an overview and give the commissioners an opportunity to test that what you've captured does reflect the body of the changes we'd asked to have made, and then we can move on from there.
Thank you. For the record, Sandy Day, staff planner. The memo that you received in your packet dated January 22nd includes some recommended changes that can be considered into two parts. One is the staff recommendations, and that is a compilation of the couple of memos back from October of some clarifications that we had identified, a couple of typos that we had identified, some language that we wanted to clarify with legal counsel on that. And then the second part of that memo has to do with some of the language and direction we took from your last meeting in terms of being consistent about the use of, for example, occupied structure, and being more consistent there. One of the examples, traffic impact mitigation, where we're talking about getting a road maintenance agreement that be executed between the county and or the applicable township. So again, it's just, there's no substantive change in these red lines. This is all about more specific clarity into those specific provisions that were noted. And then Cece, being the genius that she is, identified the couple of cases where if we had a correction in numbering, that numbering would go into a few other sections. So we tried to capture that in that memo as well.
Thank you. So for the commissioners, was there anything, you've had a few days to look at this, was there anything in the notes that were captured that you want to revisit? Do you feel like they're accurate and reflect our discussions?
I would like to bring up the traffic impact mitigation plan. We talked about the and the and or. I'd like it to be and or means the same in general construction language as or. So when I was speaking, I meant it needed to be executed by the county and the applicable township. And then, of course, some will be more involved than others. But
is there any condition where a township might not want to or be able to participate?
I don't know.
That's why I guess the only question I'd have about making it dependent on both.
Well, I would think if
Skip them, but I don't want to also get stuck behind it.
right, but if it's applicable, I suppose if there's no applicable township, then there wouldn't be one that we needed to worry about. Otherwise, the township would need to be involved in the road maintenance. I mean, I don't know of a township in Douglas County that isn't in charge of its own township roads. So I can't see a situation in which the township shouldn't be a part of the agreement unless they're not in charge of the roads, and then it wouldn't be applicable, I suppose.
I cannot think of a township that would not want to be involved in this?
Don't get me wrong, they may not be heavily involved, and they may, might take just getting their signature on it, but I do think that townships who want to be involved should have that opportunity.
Any concerns, objections in the commission for that change? Anything from staff, council? No concerns? All right, you captured that. Very good. Other comments on the red line changes from our last meeting? I have one before we move on, just a question I'd love to get some feedback from you all on. There's a new paragraph defining the non-participating landowner.
Yes.
And I'm just curious why we have to add this last sentence. So any property owners who have not entered into leases, easements, or other monetary arrangements with applicants or operators and their successors, heirs, and executors and assigns, period. I don't understand the need for that last sentence, whereby they do not have a reasonable expectation to benefit from approval, construction, or operation of the CWEX project. I don't understand the need for whether or not they have a reasonable expectation to benefit, how that matters, or how that might change or modify the fact that they are in a lease.
So in looking at non-participating landowner, that definition is the inverse of participating landowner. So staff suggested the addition of the non-participating landowner definition due to looking at the document and seeing that sometimes we did capitalize non-participating as if it was a definition. However, if a member of the public or an applicant were to go to our definition page, look in the ends, it wasn't there. Staff and legal both thought that the addition of that definition provided more clarity. As far as the whereby they have reasonable expectation or whereby they do not have, if your interest is in deleting that, I would recommend deleting it from both participating and non-participating.
Yes, a scenario that I just trying to think about, what might happen, not likely to, but let's say a participating landowner no longer feels that they're benefiting from this. Does that language then flip the definition to be non-participating? Does that give them any different standing by the code?
It was not our intention for that to be so, and I believe in talking with legal, they felt that this definition didn't have that issue.
All right, and you've answered my question. Thank you. Appreciate it. Anything else on the red line changes? All right. What I'd like to do, let's try this. If it works, great. If not, we'll adjust. Between October and now, have any commissioners, outside of these last two items, the county memo and the setbacks issue, are there any other items that commissioners want to get into again or discuss further or for the first time?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Oh, there's a lot.
Okay.
I'm happy to, if you want me to give you a rundown. So what I have done is gone through and done a line-by-line comparison with the solar regs and looked through what the differences are based on some communications that we had at another meeting. We were talking about the bonds and things, and so I've done a line-by-line, and there's a lot of things in there that have come to my attention that I'd like to have a conversation about. Okay. I also have a lot of conversations about, even I'm interested in not just myself, but other people asking questions about how the language was reached, considering that we weren't participating in that at that time. And so there are those. And then I'm assuming that you are including the mitigation portion when you're talking about the stuff that was dropped in the account with the morning of the last meeting.
Yes.
So we'll be covering that. So when I go through with the line by line, that will probably raise a bunch of different topics. I can walk through a list of those now if you want, or we can take that up after.
Count on those?
No, I don't. I can do a count now if you would like.
I mean, are we 550
Oh, well, let me see.
that you want to drain on that?
As we go through that, why wouldn't that be the time to do it rather than have count right now?
I'm just trying to get a sense for when to take it up.
So I have 8 big topics, but one of them is going through all of my highlights of the different things. And then within that, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22-ish topics. So I would put it in the category of more like 50 rather than 5.
Okay, all right. And in the comparison work that you did between wind and solar, and that line by line, what's your goal or intention in presenting that?
Yeah, so I was not involved with the solar regs, and I by no means am endorsing them, but I did go through and looked at them, and a lot of the changes that I saw were direct things that concern me about the wind regulations being in compliance with the comprehensive plan 2040. A lot of the things I feel like are represented in the community through Plan 2040 are not here, and there are a lot of places where the language from the solar, which again, maybe that might not be the best language ever, but where the language was changed in a way that I think at least deserves a discussion about why it was changed that way.
All right. Other commissioners? Have issues that you want to specifically call out for?
I remember in the October meeting, it was brought up that not all the necessary parties were involved in the discussion with the emergency plan, particularly the rural, the township fire departments, other than District 1. Did that happen since then?
So, staff, were there any other discussions with any other emergency management?
Staff did not reach out to other fire chiefs or other townships because we did not want to introduce new material. As we talked with Chief Baxter, we feel that those issues of safety were well represented. We are also, nobody reached out to us either. So both directions. But it was not Chief Baxter that had the issue, right? I don't remember his name, but I do know there was a chief of, or the head of a rural fire department that came and said that they had serious concerns, and it was not Chief Baxter. And I thought we had determined at that time that that individual had not been a part of those conversations.
I think we learned that individual had not been, and remind me why we chose Chief Baxter as the person to speak for Douglas County emergency issues?
A couple of reasons. One, that was the primary contact for the development of the solar regulations. It was also, staff misunderstood that as there had been consolidation of many of the fire districts, we didn't understand that not all of the fire districts had been consolidated. So we reached out to that contact and went from there.
Okay, thank you.
Additionally, Chief Baxter served as the chair of the Douglas County Emergency Management Board, which felt like a good place to recognize in that we are writing the regulations for the entirety of Douglas County to touch base with the chair of the entire county's Emergency Management Board.
Yeah.
Chair.
And the language that we landed on were basically 2 items, if I'm going to summarize, and that was that every emergency service person will receive training at the operator's expense.
Correct.
Regardless what district you're in, there's no districts that are excluded from that. And any equipment that's identified as a need to service those emergency personnel will be provided, again, at operator's expense. I'm not sure what additional topics we might want to bring up in that. All I heard from that feedback from that person who was there was that, hey, we weren't included. We might want to add some things, but given Chief Baxter's inputs, given his role in the past in solar, given his role with some overarching responsibility, and the language that we all landed on and all agreed to, that said, all training will be there, all equipment's provided on an ongoing basis. I'm not sure that I personally feel a need to draw everybody back together.
I think,
But
go ahead.
does the just the general word, and I don't have the document, that section right in front of me, besides the things you mentioned, the things like the fire radius, the clearance, all those things, should all concerned parties have a say-so in that. Right now, we're going on and it's not that I don't trust Chief Baxter. He's fantastic. But if it's outside of District 1, should those other township fire crews and chiefs and captains have a say-so in the distance matters?
I'm not saying their input
Right.
shouldn't be considered. I just think that that's something inside of the fire department that they ought to, if there's more input needed, that they should gather that and send it. And it's been October, November, December, January. It's been 3 months since that conversation was had. And if nothing was delivered by the people who expressed a concern, I'm having trouble feeling that was a super strong concern, or that anything different was identified that they would want to have different.
I guess this.
Sandy,
Oh,
I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. No. Go ahead.
I might add, we were talking about the base regulations. Were a conditional use permit application to come forward, absolutely those affected townships would be identified during the review of a specific application and absolutely would be able to and expected to comment as a reviewer on an application. So there is ample opportunity for additional context and comment to come forward on a specific application from any given specific, whether it's the township road department, whether it is the township fire department, whether it is the health department. There are any number of agencies that we will reach out to on a specific application. So this is about the regulations setting the base expectation.
My only concern would be, we get to that, I agree with what you're saying, but we get to that point, and let's say the fire chief X has a concern, but the CUP is meeting the needs of the regulations, but their concerns are that the regulations aren't good enough.
You can always add additional conditions to any CUP at your discretion.
And we've seen that come from county just last month. We'll talk about that again a little bit later. So just last month, where county decided they wanted something more around agrivoltaics than what code required. They added a fair amount. Go ahead, Shirley.
I was just on that same point. That is one of my concerns, is that now is the time for, I'm wondering whether or not who the ad hoc spoke to. We were not involved in that process. And so for me, it's important to know who the ad hoc spoke to and why they came to the language that they came to. And if there were certain people not at the table who I feel like need to be at the table, that's a concern for me, because what I have seen in other discussions is the regulations are the time. I actually think the comp plan is the time, but we'll get to that later. The regulations are the time in which these conversations need to be had, because what we've seen is specific CUPs or projects come forward, and it's, well, it meets code, it meets code, it meets code. And so these conversations are very restricted at the application process, and the time to have the conversation would be when the ad hoc was meeting to fetter out these language for this particular, with the fire issue, whether it's a fire safety or it's whether it relates to the setback or what. So I think the question is, were all parties involved when you were having those conversations at the ad hoc? And what I hear is the answer being no.
Well, no, I'm certainly not saying that.
Well, I mean, I feel like.
I'm certainly not saying that the answer is no.
No. Okay. I feel like some people on the committee are saying no, and the individual, and that not all rural fire was at the table.
Well, I can tell you that at the time we went through the work, everyone was involved in the decision on who would be there. We all took that feedback. There was no concern raised about someone being missing. Respect that a township fire chief, if I'm using that word right, has a concern about not being a part of that conversation, and I would point that back to that organization in a whole. And I'd also, again, say that there's been 3 months since then, that if there was feedback that was a concern, there was adequate time to provide it. It was not.
Okay.
So
Yeah, when it would also,
What you would want to do with that.
well, I don't, so I did, that was just, somebody else asked about the fire. And so I also had that down as a concern to see whether or not that person was consulted. And what I hear is that he was not consulted, but he did not come forward. So we have to live with that. That is fact, right? That he didn't come forward and to give us more information. And so we are where we are. But you raised that at the time and I don't know who the you is, but deciding who should be at the table to talk about these things happened at some point, and it's my understanding it happened at the ad hoc point, which we, as the full planning commission, were not involved at. So it's now is the time when I have to ask who was at the table, who made these, who wrote these, why is this language the way this is? Like, I don't know who was at the table, and I don't know who was invited at the table because I wasn't invited or a part of the process. So I think that's an important thing that to think about as we move forward, because I have that kind of question on a lot of different portions of why things are the way they are.
Okay.
And I think, and I think it is a valid concern that, what's that phrase, the path to hell is paved with good intentions. We had good intentions, but I would say we missed a beat there by not including everybody. And I don't remember the person's name that came, but then I think it is incumbent upon me, at least as a member of the ad hoc, as a member of the Planning Commission, I should have been more rigorous in reaching out to that person and saying, we need to include all the people before we have the regulations rather than after. So just because that person or those persons we did not talk to haven't come forward does not, in my opinion, exonerate us from reaching out to them. And I think we should have.
I don't think the question, though, is should we be exonerated or not. The question is, have we got to the right information? And my sense is that all of the steps we took are positive to get us to the right information. We're consistent with some things that other work that's been done. And after someone expressing a concern about being missing, nothing further was brought. I don't think it's a misbeat. I think that through this full process was fully explained with full opportunity for more information to be added. It was not. I don't feel like we have a missing piece there. Now, I understand, Chelsea, and I'm clicking into this a little bit harder because if this is the path that we're going to go on a long number of items, I'd like to get at a method by which we solve for whatever the question is, not leave with more cloud of confusion. So I want to make sure that we're getting at answers, not just throwing up smoke.
Yeah, I'm not throwing up smoke. I mean, my concern was my question was whether or not the fire had been consulted since the last meeting, and I got the answer.
Yep. There was no restriction on it, but they did not come forward with anything else.
I have other questions about fire and whatnot, but I don't know that now is the time because to me they don't relate to this individual, so I'm ready to move past this individual. Right. But because this was just about what was received. My question was just about what else was received.
So before we come back to the full list, I just want to make sure, Mike brought a point about fire. We've talked about that a bit. Are there any other specific topic areas that commissioners want to go through?
Yes.
Either again, no, I'm not you. Anybody else on the dais? Anybody else on the dais want to go through that we want to have as part of our talk tonight? And you don't have to declare it right now. If something comes up later, you sure can. Yeah, Jane, yes.
Yeah, thank you. I'm a newbie on all of this, and I don't understand why we're tying wind to solar. Could somebody just explain that to me?
I'll take that one because it was me who raised it. I am not tying wind to solar. I looked at a set of regulations that were done in a very similar process, being an ad hoc committee of 4 people from the Planning Commission, written without public meetings. And so I looked at those regulations that were reached and I compared them to see what was there and what wasn't there. And I saw things that made me have questions about why we would have certain requirements in an energy regulations for one set of type of energy and not for another. Now, they may be answered by the fact that there may be different land uses. There may be easy answers, but I have questions about why certain things were changed or taken out, or why they're different, and they're just questions. I don't think there's a direct comparison in my mind. So to me, we're not connecting them. But if we're saying that these are a set of regulations that represent who we are, I'm just looking for those same value sets in the next set of regulations.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jane. Well, so in the absence of anybody else raising a hand on other topics, let's just get to work.
Let's do it.
Please.
Oh, I thought we were talking about, do you want to go through?
I believe, let's go ahead and finish this work, and then we'll close off on the county memo and setbacks.
Okay. All right. So if we start with my, well, I was not expecting to get to go first. So, all right, I guess I will start with some concerns that I had about the enforcement of a CUP. So my understanding is that these regulations are written in a way that they would then govern a CUP. So I had questions about the enforcement of CUPs, because I think these regulations need to be written and to be really tight in order to be able to have a good CUP application come through for both an applicant and for the public, and then ultimately for county staff that has to enforce this. And so I was wondering about the conversations that the ad hoc committee would have had about the enforcement, which would, one, be the legal ability to enforce this once we once we create a utility. What is the ability of the county to enforce any CUP? And the second would be the staff resources, the county staff resources that we would have to enforce, adequately enforce a CUP.
Right.
So what conversations?
So just at a high level, I think to answer that question meaningfully, I would need to know, we would need to talk about specific things, because there's just so much, right? And there's going to be maybe variants of answers depending on what the thing was and who all was in the room and what experts might have been involved in that. From a high level, though, the notion of enforcement was the simple thought that we're going to write regulations in a way that make very clear what the requirement is, but stay as far away from telling them how to accomplish that requirement we can. And then to give zoning and codes the authority that they need, or at least don't do anything that would take the existing authority away from their ability to execute on that. That was the fundamental guiding principle in almost everything we did in terms of setting a standard or a metric inside of the performance components of it. The second part is an important question. And we ask about, does zoning and that team have the resources they need to adequately monitor and enforce this? I'm not close enough to be able to say, yeah, they've got that, but I suspect that there's going to be a need for the county to make some budget decisions about how they staff that team to enforce the regulations. That's not a land use question, though. That is not a regulation question. That's a county budget decision.
Anybody else on the ad hoc committee have any thoughts on your discussions about enforcement?
I think we struggled a lot with what were measurable markers for each one, and I will say I haven't gone back through to re-examine it, but I think we tried to do that where we said, is this measurable? If not, what can we do? And I think some of it we kind of tossed up in the air and said the parties that are going to be involved, whether it's road maintenance, whether it's engineering or zoning, would, knock on wood, come up with those specific measurable things. And I can't say we were 100% perfect or 90 or 80, but that was one of the things we looked at for a long time. And so if there are specific things, then those, I would say, we need to tighten up if we possibly can.
And I guess my question would be then, was zoning and code staff at the table helping you craft this language? I guess, Carl, are you online?
Carl was at many of our meetings. Absolutely.
Yes. Carl? Hey, Carl. I had a question. I know you were at many of the ad hoc meetings, and I just had a question. I'm worried about enforcement and staff's ability to enforce the conditions, and I was just wondering if you or others were at the table in the crafting of the language that would be affecting your office for enforcement.
Well, I was attending those meetings. My role was more so reporting back to the department. The writing of the regulations more was tasked with the ad hoc committee.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So we need to flesh that out just a bit more. Carl, was there anything that in the reporting that you've done where you went back to Tanya and team where they asked to make inputs to the regulations that were not made? Is there anything missing there?
Nothing is coming to the top of my head right now, but I can get back to you on that.
But we never actually sat down and talked with zoning.
That's my question. Did you talk to zoning and codes and the enforcement agency that will have to enforce these?
Right.
Cece, Sandy?
We did not, the ad hoc committee did not.
Planning staff city planning staff, Sandy and I, talked at length with zoning and codes office specifically about enforcement. We recognize the need for enforcement with regulations of this type. That's why we wrote robust performance standards into draft 1 that then the ad hoc committee brought additionally into draft 2. Enforcement in that nature tends to be developed outside of the zoning regulations of this type. You won't see that in the solar regulations, but staff understands that it is an important piece. And we did talk at length with zoning and codes about that. There was limited number of dates that the ad hoc met at a specific timeline, and that did not always lend itself to meeting with the full zoning and codes staff team, which is why Carl was graciously able to attend majority of the meetings that we held. But
Yeah. And that was, the way it's designed is to give county staff the ability and to make clear that when they need that additional support staff, if they have to go out and bring online subject matter experts to follow up on a particular complaint or compliance question, that they have the adequate tools in the regulation to be able to do that. We did have discussions where county staff said, you know, we're going to need other people. We're going to need more people. That is, as Gary rightfully said, that's a budgeting decision that will have to go forward to the county staff.
Just one last clarifying point. As you worked regularly, day to day, week to week, with county staff, is it true that as they gave you feedback, you incorporated that into the work product that we all then as an ad hoc group considered as we did our work together? So Carl was present, but also feedback from planning and staff through your connections with them was also present inside our working document.
That is correct.
And you can see that clearly in the red lines, right?
And due to how the nature of these wind regulations being in the county's code, I think that that's incredibly important. We would never have written regulations in a vacuum where they're not clearly going to affect the county's residents and county staff in enforcement and regulation.
Yeah. Thank you.
I appreciate that, but I think part of my concern and the reason I'm asking so much is so at the beginning of our last meeting, we, at the morning of or around that time, zoning and codes submitted a memo that talked about mitigation and language for mitigation that they wanted, and that was not the first time. They had made those suggestions and earlier in the process, and they weren't incorporated. So sometimes it's difficult for me to know without asking county staff whether or not their suggestions were actually incorporated.
So, but in fairness, and I understand your point, they did deliver that. That has been considered. We'll talk about it again later tonight. There was every effort made, and I think very well done, integration across busy people on a weekly basis to get at full transparency and everybody's inclusion. So I feel like we're talking more about method than we are substance.
Oh, definitely. A lot of my questions tonight are about method because of the method
So
that
let's
we
get at the
used.
general method and get that out of the way so we can get at the substance of the regs, if that's okay.
I wasn't going to take on method.
I thought you just said that's what you...
Okay. So I am asking a lot of the questions about the method and the process because of the way that we went about these with having a subcommittee that did a lot of the work. This is our only opportunity to ask these questions about the method, about what, I don't know what methods were used by the subcommittee.
Okay.
And a lot of people don't because those were done in private meetings. And so I'm asking the questions about method to try to get myself comfortable with the methods that were used and to get myself comfortable with who was at the table and to get myself comfortable with what voices were heard and considered, not just considered in general, but who crafted language. Like those things are that's what I do. I work with writing and language and that matters to me. And then the voices at the table matter to me. And so I'm trying to get myself comfortable with the process. So I apologize and I don't want to frustrate anybody, but I certainly apologize if tonight seems long and seems like I have a lot of questions and I'm going through a lot of things, but it is my responsibility to do that, and this is my only opportunity to do it, and I know the four of you put tons of work into this, and the staff has put tons of work into this, and you guys know it, right? But there are a bunch of people who don't know what happened, and so for me to be comfortable, I just have to ask the questions about what happened. And I wish that Zoning and Codes Director was here to say that yes, everything she was concerned about was at least incorporated or discussed at the time, and that this draft represents something that she's comfortable with. She's not here, so I can't ask her, right? But those are the things that are weighing on my mind.
So I would say, just in answer to that specific last example, that memo from Tanya, Zoning Codes Director, was the last thing that she delivered, and she could have been exhausted, could have been a completely different kind of a list, but she said, this is all we've got, these three things, please deal with that.
Okay.
Right. And please don't apologize. Yes, let's get at it. If you've got concerns, questions, let's get at it. If there's an overarching method theme that we can solve, I want to try to do that. But if it's really just a part of the rhythm of how we need to do it, that's okay too.
Well, there is an overarching method, but I don't think we can solve it. So,
Okay.
we can hash it out, but it doesn't seem to me that this is the time or the place for hashing it out.
All right, fair enough. What's next?
So, and I am happy to continue to walk through my list of
Please do.
concerns.
Could
I
I
also
make
don't want to
request?
monopolize this evening, and other people may have other things they want to talk about.
Now, forgive me, could I just ask when you move from item to item that you help us navigate the document? If you have
I can try. So what I used was a printed, at some county agency, a printed draft number 2 I picked up, and they had printed it and stapled it, and I thought it looked quite nice. So I'm using that, and so it has page numbers on it, and I can try to refer you to that, but that's what I got.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Okay.
So, excuse me, so that first question you asked, was that one of the detail things that you wanted to go through? Or, was that
No.
question one? Okay,
That was not a detail.
okay, all right. Because I had a question about authority, but if we're going to go through this a bit by bit, then.
Oh, well, if it's a general
there's
question about authority,
No,
I'll go.
it's a very specific
Okay,
question about
No. Oh, and I guess we didn't actually answer my second question, and legal may have to answer this, but so what is the legal ability to enforce CUPs and to force these regulations once we create a public utility?
That was my question.
Sorry, did not mean to steal your thunder.
Nope, no, go ahead.
I don't know the answer to that question, and so I'm wondering if the ad hoc committee got that answer.
So could you restate that for me?
Yes, what is the ability, what happens once this becomes a public utility is the real question, but authority-wise, what authority does the county have to enforce any regulations or any CUP or CUP conditions once this becomes a public utility?
If it does become a public utility, is that you said that like that's a foregone conclusion? Is that?
Okay.
I don't know.
Are industrial large-scale wind projects connected to I guess I just jumped to the conclusion that they are being done for a public utility purpose and that they would then be part of a public utility, because I don't know who else builds these, but that could be question number one. And then question number two would be what happens to the county's authority once this becomes a public utility?
Great question. I'm not sure I know the answer to that.
So conditional use permits do, as a section, my computer's taking its very sweet time, I'm trying to open it up here, to talk about suspension, revocation, and amending a conditional use permit. And that is part of the process of, if something does run afoul of it, then the governing body can go in there and follow those procedures and steps. So a CUP can be suspended and revoked as part of that process. So if there's something that doesn't mesh up, there's a time to usually kind of go into it and say, you have so many days to comply based upon whatever the code section says, and if they don't comply, then that process can be initiated and it goes through. And so that would go to the governing body to start that process.
I guess I understand that our local regulations allow a revocation of a CUP. I am not familiar with regulatory laws relating public utilities. And so I think that is, my question gets much more at the higher level of who are we turning local county authority over to once this becomes a public utility? And does that then really hamstring any ability to actually impose local rules? Because I'm gonna just take a stab in the dark that if the local regulations and laws are inconsistent with the public utility laws, we lose out. So I just, that's my real question.
I'd be happy to provide a bit of further clarification. So the regulations that we're looking at are specifically tuned to when an application comes in and the on-ground, how does it look, how does it operate, how is it, the setbacks and whatnot. It does not continue to regulate, other than the performance standards and the noise associated, how state law comes into play in that case. As far as the public utility of it, public utilities are regulated by the state. The Kansas Corporation Commission was a part of our initial discussions to understand sort of where that line is between what the county can regulate and what the state already has regulations for, what the feds have regulations for. Additionally, as Gary sort of primed this meeting with, we can't know what an application will look like down the line, and we can't know who the energy might go towards, whether that's a public utility or if a large business of some sort needed wind energy farm to produce energy for that specific business. So I don't know that comparing it specifically to the public utility is an accurate reflection of what these regulations are meant to do.
I guess my thought is just that, so the landowner is living next to this and it's not meeting these regulations or additional CUP conditions that are put on it. So it's noisy and something else, and it's not in compliance with what we want, but you shut down the whole utility. The county board of county commissioners comes in and says, we're going to shut down this whole industrial complex because you're not, because your towers are louder than they're supposed to be. I guess that's what I'm trying to get at, is like, what is the recourse for the landowner?
Sure, so, go ahead. The regulations that we've written across various different issues provide a path towards remedy.
Commissioner, if you would mind the microphone.
Provide a path towards remedy. And you gave this specific example of noise. Well, if someone complains that a tower is operating out of compliance with what that regulation requires, then they can make a complaint. There's a requirement that the operator maintain a 24/7 service that captures this information. There's a requirement, I don't remember what the number of days is on this particular instance, where the applicant has to provide a remedy to zone sufficient to meet zoning and code's requirement. And if they can't, zoning and code has the authority to cause that turbine to stop operating.
Can you point me to that?
I'm sure we can. Cece, maybe you can help with that.
I mean, this just comes back
At
to
the top of the performance standards. I also just joined the Zoom, and I can share my screen if that would be helpful for planning commissioners to see in real time. Let me see if I can do that really fast.
While you're looking, that ideal is consistent throughout in how we think about giving zoning and codes the empowerment to and looking at zoning and codes as our enforcement agents.
Having Zoom troubles. No, sorry. So, following standards apply to all CWECs. Failure to comply with these standards may be grounds for suspension, amendment, or revocation of the CUP as determined by the Board of County Commissioners as described in this section of county zoning regulations. Now, this section of county zoning regulations, 12.307, you'll note all of the wind regs are 12.306. This is another part of the county code. Jeff, did you have the county code pulled up? Do you know what the title of 12.307 is?
It's generally the section that provides the process for conditional use permit and where that process lives within the county code if the county commission requires that suspension, amendment, or revocation.
Okay, and I think my concern, and it sounds like the ad hoc did not talk about this, but I think my concern is that we're talking, I'm very concerned with the CUP process in general for these large-scale land use things like this. I mean, historically, I think our CUP process has been for much smaller parcels of land, smaller projects, and as we get into these larger ideas, I just was wondering if you had talked about the implications that may have on any current processes that we use, which just weren't necessarily made in mind for these large-scale energy projects. So, but I hear you saying you did not have that larger conversation and that we're not quite sure about the implications of any kind of public utility. Is that correct?
That was not a topic that we discussed, but surely legal could weigh in on this right now and say something.
I'll also note the ad hoc committee nor staff was tasked with revising the entirety of the CUP standards or procedures. It was simply the wind regulations subsection.
Absolutely, absolutely. I did not mean to imply I thought that staff should have taken on looking at the entire CUP process. I think I'm just simply raising as we look at these regulations for land uses that are just so much more astronomical than some things in the past, that it is important for us to think about when we decide whether or not these are the appropriate regulations, to think about the processes that would be used to implement them, and that perhaps it is an opportunity to think about reevaluating those processes, but not that I thought you should have been doing it during this process.
Page 30 of draft 2, the number 3, talks about complaints and concerns received by county zoning and codes office will be documented and forwarded to the operator within 10 business days of receipt. Then the operator must provide a response and, if applicable, an approved mitigation plan to both the person submitting the complaint and the zoning and code director within 30 days. Zoning and codes may also conduct its own independent investigation. And then the next one says if the operator will promptly comply with approved mitigation techniques, if any, as directed by zoning and codes director, to ensure compliance. Failure to do so shall be the basis for amendment, suspension, or revocation of the CUP.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, I see that, thank you.
All right, okay.
Yes, no, my thought was just once we have a large, once we have an energy project, that means the Board of County Commissioners has to say that they stop. I mean, that's my concern with
So,
that.
so we do have those controls in place for county commission and zoning codes to get engaged. You ask an interesting question, and not to put council on the spot tonight, but I think I would like to ask them to go back and clarify what would change should a project in Douglas County become a public utility. Does anything in that change? I don't know that necessarily has to stop us tonight, but that'd be good information for county commission to have once they receive these and try to make a decision.
Absolutely, and tied to that also, I have as another question is about knowing then if it does become a public utility, what that means for transmission lines and for eminent domain of landowners in this area. I think all of that is an important thing to be thinking about, and all of that is tied to this question.
We did discuss transmission lines and specifically held them out of scope because the county has no control over that. That's all completely a part of KCC and the utilities. So it's not involved in this at all.
I respectfully disagree. I think that it is very much a part of what the concept plan, I have it down in the concept plan portion, but I think it's very important in what the concept plan is because it talks about how the use of this land and the character of this neighborhood will be changed, right? Or what are the future effects that may happen to non-participating landowners and to other people, especially when we look at the way that we evaluate projects for land use. We look at this thing called character of the neighborhood, and when you're evaluating character of the neighborhood, one change in that neighborhood begins to start this change of a character of the neighborhood. So it is important, I think, to think about the larger concept of the impacts of the character of the neighborhood, and knowing in the concept plan, at least, like the effects of that, I think are relevant.
How would that manifest in the regulations, though?
Well, I would think it would manifest in the concept plan. So for me, what I would see is having that information be something the applicant provides during the application process, and then how that gets fettered out would be with staff, working with the application, working with the CUP that's about to come up, right? And then public comment and feedback on that, and then a review of that. So the conversation would then happen during the process, but the information to be able to have that conversation would be represented by something that's required with the concept plan in the regulations. Because I think it's really important to remember that the CUP is an important process, but what we're doing here is talking about what will be a part of that CUP, what will be a part of that process, what's required, what information will we have when the Planning Commission looks at a CU application. And so these regs need to make sure that we're getting the information that we think a future Planning Commission would need.
So if you look at page 15, let me see if I can find an item. It's in draft 2 on page 15, where we're gathering information from the operator. There's a specific request to identify transmission lines, the width of transmission line easements required, and any restrictions necessary on land use.
So I'm not sure.
I have it on page 31.
It's not 15.
I had it on page 31.
So are you saying it's in the concept plan section?
Yes, within operations and maintenance assessment. J, page 15.
No, there it is, on 15.
So the information that you're suggesting, we agree is good to have, but we don't regulate transmission lines just because that's not something that we have control over.
But they are required to provide the information on
Yes.
where they will be located.
Yes, to your point about understanding impacts.
Okay.
So we would understand their location.
Yes.
Okay. So that's the important part for me, and I think other things is we could beef that language about future plans up, but that I think would help me at least feel more comfortable with what you're talking about there.
Right. What's next?
Just me.
It's all you right now.
Okay. Okay. So if I noticed that the key factors, so it's my page 7, but it's 12-306-44.03.01, the key factors. So the key factors are the factors to be considered with the review of the application. And I'm looking mostly at section B, and there's a list of 11 things. When I think about that, those key factors to me are like a representation of what's going to be evaluated by the staff in a staff report. And when I look at them, I notice things that are missing that we have in the solar, and I think that the things specifically that are missing make this be, it de-emphasizes important values set out in Plan 2040. So I have a missing impact on wildlife and habitat, native flora and fauna. I have impact on the cultural, historical, and agricultural features is missing. I have impact on critical wildlife habitats, current state-listed threatened and endangered species and species in the need of conservation as defined by the Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks. The emergency services training requirement, the degree to which agriculture uses and wildlife habitat are accommodated with the facility layout and the design, the environmentally sensitive lands, water, soil erosion, cumulative impacts, company experience, reputation, and financial ability, and the bond.
So why don't we go through those one at a time? There might be something that's not contemplated in the regulations in some way, but many of the things that you mentioned are in the document in different ways other than just a simple list of key considerations. They are there. It may not be on that list, but the work to get at that is present.
So I think there's a difference between providing information and then actually saying that that information is something we consider. So just in my job, like when I think about key factors, right, to me that's just language that this is the test. We look at these factors and we're going to evaluate how many of these factors are in existence. And so while these things might be talked about, and it might be, because there is some information about like location of wildlife and parks land, right? But what I'm asking for is these things that we say that these things are important, and that when an application comes before us, these are the things that we're gonna look at, and depending on how well you do on them, right, may affect whether or not the application is approved.
So I can assure you that many of the things you mentioned are there. The thinking is, in fact, they're in there with much more verbiage around them for the intention of assuring that we mean this and there are teeth in it. But if you think that this document would be stronger by adding those individual line items, I don't have any objection to that. I don't know if anybody else on the committee does, but if you don't, with no other objections, just provide that list. We'll add that to the update right now.
I'm good with that.
So let's walk through those just one more time, if we could, please.
And it may be helpful for staff if that list can be provided electronically, just if there are a great number in their specific language you're looking for. I will also note, currently the key factors, that list of key factors in solar, they're referred to as key issues. The ad hoc committee chose to change the language just to reiterate it's considered, it specifically says included but are not limited to, and then currently each of those 11 is mirrored within the performance standards. So right now, if you look at key factors and you go to performance standards section, the first subsection within performance standards is sighting, the second is visual, the third is noise. It's not an issue if that's no longer the case, but that is currently a piece of the code that provides some consistency. And I will also note within number 4, environmental impacts, that is the largest piece of the performance standards. And many of the items that I heard Commissioner Hayden list are called out subsection titles within environmental impact. We were just looking for sort of a brief overview, recognizing it is not all that is considered, but just the key factors. And maybe it's factors that's the language that needs to be changed as well.
It could be that. So if we look at where they're at, maybe I'll feel more comfortable with this if I look at the language, what section they're under, so that I can kind of see like the teeth, right? I love the mirroring.
So Chelsea, if you look at page, Commissioner Hayden, if you look at page 13, is that what you're looking for? Like under environmental, there's under environmental impact assessment, there's, so some of those details, and so impact on wildlife habitat and the project boundary, impacts on wildlife corridors, maps of water tables, long-term effects on agricultural land, there's a whole list of of things that are
Find that list
detailed
a little
out.
longer than what was in solar.
Right. So is that the kind of thing you're looking for?
Yes,
But
and I
it's just
think-
not in the location?
And I think my concern was maybe the factors, factors is maybe what threw, because what I want to make sure is that we are sure that we don't want just the information about the impact on wildlife, right? And that's not, but that these are key factors. To me, those are key factors we're considering. And so I think that is.
Should we change the phrase key factors?
I hate to do that on the fly, like changing
We'll try,
language on the
that's what we're
fly
doing tonight. We're getting at this tonight.
So
if we need to change it, let's talk about changing it.
So, for example, I'm just going back to page 13 because it was the first thing I found for wildlife, environmental impact assessment. So make sure I'm in the right section here. So it talks about documentation that the applicant has followed the United States Fish and Wildlife Service land-based wind energy guidelines, impact on any species of birds protected under Migratory Bird Treaty Act, impact on any endangered and threatened species, including species in need of conservation as defined by the Kansas Division of Wildlife and Parks, official ecological review, and/or action permit. So these are not just issues to be considered and information to be received. It's asking for very specific things within each of those topics, so that the Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks will have to document this, that, and the other thing.
Yes, and I love
Okay.
the documenting portion
Okay.
of it. I think
All right.
what I will have to do, and I will need to do it in a little bit, like when we take a break or something, I'll just look back through this and see if I think that the language is representing what I was missing, right? Which was, these are important things that we are going to not just have knowledge on, but they matter. And the reason that I say that is because in my experience, when we have a list of things we're considering, those are the things then that staff writes up, right? And so sometimes when we take out some of the details, like environmental impact is a very big chunk. And so I just want to be comfortable that the language represents, like, we're not just gathering this information, but this is information that could tip the scale. Those, to me, are two different things. But without looking at exactly the language, I don't know that I don't want to change factors immediately without looking at it.
Okay.
So, and I can do
Does
that later.
if it's a simple solution to solve the concern by simply adding all of those elements to that list, they're incorporated in other places of the document. It adds some redundancy, but that's fine. It's probably a good redundancy. So I'm fine with that, but that might be a simple way to get at what you're trying to accomplish, and let us move past that tonight.
Read some of that, if you could read that list again for me, I want to hear that again.
And I don't have it electronically, but I can get it to you electronically. I just have impact on wildlife habitat, native flora and fauna, impact on cultural, historical, or agricultural features, impact on critical wildlife habitats, current state-listed threatened or endangered species, and species needed of conservation as defined by KDWP, emergency services training requirements, degree to which the agriculture uses and wildlife habitat are accommodated with the facility layout and design, environmentally sensitive lands, water, soil erosion, and cumulative impacts. And the company's experience and reputation and financial ability.
Yeah. I didn't hear anything missing, but let's get to the list in the format that you feel tightens this up for us.
But I mean, I can type this up and get this to staff. They asked for it to be typed. I can do that later. Or do you want, I mean, I read them twice.
All I want to do is.
Read them again?
No. I just, however we do it, I just want to be able to do it tonight, so.
Yeah, I mean, I assume that I'm going to have
Okay,
to use the facilities at some point.
I'm almost there.
Yeah.
All right, please, next. And by the way, if I could just say, this level of detail and attention is much appreciated. It gets us to a better product. It really does, so thank you. Let's keep going.
So on my, so in the concept plan, which is section B, under that same key factors kind of, under the concept plan, I had a couple, it seemed to me that the
concept plan removed some information that I felt like would be needed in order to evaluate the compliance with the regulations, with Golden, with the comp plan and other sector plans. And so like the location of wells and existing vegetation, I don't know, there's like I don't know if that was purposely, we don't need that kind of thing in this type of a regulation, or I was just curious as to the omission of some of that information.
Commissioner Hayden, there is, in not under this list that you mentioned, the concept plans 1 through 17. There is in here somewhere, I'm not exactly sure where, area of proposed removal of natural vegetation. So it does, in the concept plan, the applicant would need to designate where that is. That's under item 11?
Item 11, okay.
Under concept plan, area of proposed removal of natural vegetation, area proposed to be graded. Is that the sort of thing, detail you're looking for? Or is there some other?
Existing vegetation, so not just the area, but actually existing vegetation and like location of wells.
Yeah, if you look it's on page 14 of draft 2. It's in the section F, environmental impact assessment. There's a requirement to provide an impact on the project on water quality, water supply, including wells in the project boundary, a map showing the depth of water table within CWEX projects, and the overlay proposed turbine size is required.
Okay, could you point me to the section? And I, again, this is coming back to, sorry, go ahead.
So it is in
Is that F?
It's an environmental impact assessment.
Yeah, contents of the application. So 12.306-440301, contents of the application, then go down to F
Okay, I'm in F.
on that one
And then F number what?
8.
to get back down to it.
So I see I guess the thing is in, I don't see location as a,
You want
and
location of
I'm not a
wells.
planning person, so I don't know if they need to know where the wells are located or not. I just had questions about why that language was removed. I think it's awesome that the impact of the water quality and a map showing the depth of the water table, that's fantastic. Do we need location of the wells? And if not, that's fine. I was just wondering why that language was removed.
Yeah, so I can say, so we can certainly add that location of wells be identified. When I thinking back, I've slept since then, so forgive me, I'm just a tiny little bit fuzzy on the exact conversation, but it was something like, if we are asking for an impact on water, including wells, that inherently includes their location. It's inherent in the product of saying, here's the impact on every well that's in the project area.
Okay, so I think what I was looking at is there's a list of existing conditions, like current existing conditions in the solar regulations that have to be submitted with the application. And a lot of those are not listed as needing to be listed or provided with an application under the wind regs. And so I was just wondering why, and do we need those? Like ingress, egress, recorded easements on the property, type of recorded information, contour lines, existing buildings, boundaries and designs of some of that. I mean, some of it may be included, but not all of it is, and I just was wondering why certain things were excluded.
There certainly wasn't an intention to exclude location of wells.
I'm sorry, bad language. Let me rephrase that. I did not mean to intentionally exclude so much as, do we need them?
Yeah.
That's all. Like, just someone above my pay grade.
So again, so specific to the wells conversation, if you think we need to add, in addition to the language that's already there, which contemplates, since it says the impact on wells in the entire project area, if you think that we need to add and show the location of them all, we can do that. I don't think it changes the intent or the impact at all. We're happy to do it if that tightens it up.
Yeah, so I think part of what I'm struggling with here, and I mean, there's no one to ask because they're not, but whoever is going to be reviewing this, do they need to know this information. I mean, as I sit here, don't have a strong feeling about whether or not some of this information needs to be included, because I'm not a planner, I'm not an engineer, I'm not going to be reviewing the application at the depth at which the staff would, right, or county staff would, or people who would be needing to look at this. And so my question really has more to do with, are these things needed in a review at the application process?
Staff, do you have a thought on that?
We did talk about this among staff, with the ad hoc committee, and with county staff as well, knowing that there's going to be multiple different people and agencies reviewing this documentation. And if you try to put everything on one page, you are not going to be able to read that document. So we have looked at the kind of information we need at a critical level to be able to make a reasonable professional recommendation. And that also includes some of the technical documentation that may have to get sent off to a third-party review for some of that information. Understanding where easements, utilities, gas lines, where projected connections are, absolutely, that's all part of what we would expect, both in a concept plan, which would be very high level, and as we move through these different pieces of the code, you get more and more and more detail. So I may be layering my concept plan with my water quality study, with my environmental impact study, with, the sensitive lands is already defined in the code. So when we talk about needing to have where the sensitive lands, that's already defined in the code. So that includes floodplain and those other features, cultural impact study, the archaeological study. All of those components are going to have a graphic representation with them, where we're going to be layering that information as part of that review.
So I hear you saying that it's not a problem, because it is a little different, because this is a concept plan, and I guess I didn't realize concept plan meant one document, right? So I wasn't thinking like all this information needs to be on one document. Like I know, I was thinking we need this information and to be able to look at it on different documents, right? To be able to see the concept of the design and the building. And I will say, I think it's really important that that happens at the application stage, because there have been applications that have come before us where the design documents and this type of information has been something that has been helpful to me as a planning commissioner to be able to look at, to evaluate the project. And not only that, but also the public then has been able to look at that information and provide public comment that of things I would never have noticed because this information wasn't provided, or if it hadn't been provided. So that's where I get nervous about, like, and maybe these are elsewhere. So the location of the well, the egress and ingress, right, the contour lines, are they elsewhere in the regulations to be submitted prior to, I guess would be, and I'm just looking for where.
They're going to be in that beginning section, in the contents and application, but they're also going to be in that next section in the design standards. So they're also going to be giving it to us there.
Okay.
I had a thought that I wanted to share, and it's escaped me at the moment.
So specifically speaking to contours on page 10, number 9, we're within a concept plan still. You'll see contours showing the existing topography of the site at 2-foot intervals. I'll also note, relating to wells, that is regulated by the state health department. And so there's some pieces where we can say, as the language Sandy pointed out earlier, about the water quality and water supply, and take that into consideration. We do not ultimately regulate wells and where they go, and so that isn't always information that we have available to us, nor might the private person submitting the application. They may not know where all the wells are on private land or have permission to go to them. So it may be something that's hard to regulate and require. It's also not something at this time that we need frequently in looking at concept plans. There's not currently setback consideration for wells. Instead, we chose to state outright that we could not have an application that caused issue with water quality and water supply. You'll also see on page 29 in the post-construction restoration plan, specifically speaking of wells, that they have to supply plan for how water quality and water supply, including wells in the area, will be maintained to pre-construction conditions.
And is testing required to establish
It's possible that that could be a condition of a particular application.
but it is not a requirement?
It's not
to be
a
submitted?
requirement because you don't know which wells you're going to have to test and for how far out you're going to have to do that. So that's why that would be a component that we would be reviewing. Our understanding was that many wells that are affected are usually on the construction side, where there's temporary disruption of that well because of construction activity. I have not found, I don't know that I can provide you a credible source that says wells off-site have been significantly affected unless there's some kind of course correction to a creek. I mean, that's an extreme piece. And if you're affecting the course of a creek, we're talking to Division of Water Resources, we're talking to many other departments if we're seeing something like that.
Okay, thank you. I really appreciate it. It's just really hard for me to understand what staff needs at the application process and what a concept plan is where we'd provide the information there. But I know that the information that comes in projects like these, having more of it earlier is very helpful, at least for me as a planning commissioner, and also then I would assume for the public to be able to provide the public comment. So I think that you've kind of explained to me that this information will be gathered. It just doesn't have to be on one document called the concept plan, because I wouldn't want it on one document either.
Let me go back to wells for just a second. I thought, and I will admit I haven't gone through this, and I appreciate, Commissioner Hayden, the thoroughness of your going through this. I truly do. I thought someplace in there we had put that if people wanted their wells tested, that they could request that those be tested before construction. I thought that was in there so we would have a baseline for wells. I thought we talked about it. People had asked lots of questions and had concerns about wells. I thought we had talked about putting that in there. I thought we had put that in there, I should say. The people could request to have their wells tested pre-construction. Because if we just do on-site, that can leave out in the country on our property, for example, there were 8 hand-dug wells. And it would be, for people, it might be very important to have that tested pre and post, because many of us use those wells for our water supply.
One thing, I'm also looking, I'm sure other people are looking to see that, because I remember that conversation. But as Sandy said, that is something that could come up with an actual application. Because then we would have a location and you would know what could possibly need to be tested. I mean, that could come in with a CUP requirement. It could be a condition of a CUP.
So we could say that at the time, anyone who wanted their well tested within a mile, 3 miles, 100 miles, whatever we chose. Is that,
That could be
because I think that,
CUP.
I think that would be important. Yeah.
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 But it does make more sense at the application time. With
Okay.
with the submittal of an independent, individual application.
It seems to make sense to me. Just as long as it can occur, that people can request that. And that we need to let it be known that they could request that.
Well, I mean, I don't know how you're going to let it, that would have to be all done at the CUP. And I don't know if I hear you saying that you want something in the regulations that would make that happen, or if you're just saying, yes, we'll wait till the CUP, but there's no way to force it to be unless it's in the regulations. I just don't know.
Based on information that all of us have received in our emails over 7 months or 8 months or however long it's been, wells are a big issue in the county, in the unincorporated areas. And so you might be right that the notification, maybe it needs, perhaps I would say it needs to be in there now rather than waiting. How do we inform people? We have enough trouble informing people other than little yellow signs beside the road. So I would say I'd put it in.
But, I mean, how would we put that in? It doesn't make much sense to me that, that anybody at any time could have their well tested prior to any project. So that, you know, if there's an applicant for, over in northwest Douglas County, and the people in southwest Douglas County want their wells tested.
I said it earlier, some people see problems and others find solutions. I see a problem. I do not know the solution, but I'm sure this august body can come up with a solution.
One solution is that if concern is raised as a part of the public process that about quality of well water, that we could condition that any concerned neighbor within X distance of the project boundary can have their well tested prior to construction. Part of me is a little bit concerned about where that goes. I know there's a recent story in the paper about the state of well water in Douglas County right now and the contamination from just regular row crop farming. So I'm not sure how you differentiate the condition that might be there right now from other things that might be there. But that's for smarter people than me. I wonder about that though, and it causes me, it's part of why I would lean towards what Commissioner Ashworth was saying, that if a concern is raised, that we condition that in. We allow it to happen.
But if we allow it to happen, who's footing the bill for it?
Oh, well, that's part of the condition, right?
Okay, all right.
If I may also point to, in the draft regulations, on page 26, building safety and construction management, we call out safe practices. Just 1 second, sorry, while I share my screen. That specifically states, before building permit issuance, all CWECs shall be in compliance with all federal, tribal, state, and local regulatory standards. And so we were speaking to a little bit earlier, wells being regulated by the state and the Kansas Department of Health and Environment. Additionally, we've called out, including but not limited to, the Clean Water Act, of which I'm not especially familiar, but I generally understand that it is an act which assists in making sure that chemicals and other sorts of pollutants don't leak into our nation's water bodies, and I think it is of the state and federal government's interest to make sure that folks have access to clean water at all times. And so I feel like this, in addition to what we're talking about tonight, is actively covered by state and federal law. My brief understanding.
But without pre-testing, how would you know if said project, said CUP, caused an issue down the road? Because if you had to test it and said, I know what my water looks like today. 3 years from now, project goes online after all the construction, and all of a sudden something's wrong with the water. If you didn't have that pre-construction testing done, you wouldn't know that that construction may or may not have caused that.
I think also in that case, you'd actually have to have a reasonable expectation of what could possibly be the impacts
Oh, I agree.
of it, so you can't just.
But, and part of it, we
Before
don't.
and after would not be sufficient. It would have to be, you'd have to have some reasonable expectation that wind energy projects may have this sort of impact to wells. And as far as my reading goes, I have not seen that there is that expectation that well water is affected. As Sandy said, maybe in the construction, some more sedimentation in wells. And so that's a possibility. So within a reasonable within a distance of a construction activity blasting, something like that, you might reasonably expect to be there some sedimentation in the well. But you would have to understand that that's a possibility to do a proper before and after examination.
Because you wouldn't want that result to show product of ammonia fertilizer and that somehow being
Right.
now the responsibility of something that had nothing to do with
That
that.
had
Yeah.
nothing to do with the
Yeah.
wind project.
Yeah.
Well, I would say again, I don't know the answer, but I know that many individuals in the unincorporated area that use well water as their primary water source have raised that as an issue because we've all gotten it in our emails.
There's been a tremendous amount of information and frankly misinformation put out there about the impact of wind energy on well water in the area. I don't want to, you roll your eyes, I don't want to gloss over a problem, but the fact is there's a lot of misinformation out there. If we can get at it, so what we've got is something that regulations that require all wells be managed and the quality of that protected. We've got compliance against the Clean Water Act. We've acknowledged that a commission body can order the testing of wells pre and post, and we've got the teeth in to resolve things that are a problem. I'm not sure what else we should do.
And just to be clear, the Clean Water Act would not deal with wells.
Okay.
I'm a little bit familiar with that. It wouldn't have anything to do with wells.
Okay.
Just a little bit.
All right. Anything else on
Yeah, I was curious.
On this one?
Yeah, I was curious, under, on number 17, which is location of Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks managed properties. I noticed that the language regarding presence of any critical habitat or threatened or endangered species wasn't included, and I was curious as to why take that out. Seems to me like that would be something that we would want to know, not just where Parks and Wildlife and Parks has managed properties, but the presence of the critical habitat threatened or endangered. I mean, that would be more important information to me than just where they manage property. So I was just curious as to why the ad hoc would have.
I do think that exact wording came from Kansas Department of Wildlife when we talked to them.
So I would like to see not only their managed properties, but also the presence, and it doesn't have to be in number 17, right? It could also just be the presence of any critical habitat or threatened or endangered species from either that agency or another agency. But it makes me nervous to take that out, because I think that is an important thing that we know about when we're looking at these applications.
Could you please say where you're looking at that one again?
Yeah, well, it looks like maybe it's a separate condition. I'm looking at number 17. So I'm in B17, which is a list of things in the concept plan, and it talks about the location of Wildlife and Parks managed properties, and perhaps because I'm having a difficulty, I had at home by myself. Trust me, this was not easy to go through on my own. I had so many questions. And it could be you're answering them now, but that's why I might seem like I'm off. It's in the concept plan that I'm talking about, but perhaps it is somewhere else, right? And if you want to point me to that, that's fine. I just think the presence of critical habitat and threatened and endangered species is something I would want to be in the application process. So it might be somewhere else. I'm looking at CC.
Speaking to concept plan, the reason why number 17, location of Kansas Department of Managed Properties, is specifically within the concept plan is because there is a mirrored setback to the location of Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks Managed Properties. Commissioner Kelso was right that that is language specifically from Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks, who we spoke with at length. And they have a set of guidance on land-based wind energy systems, which they were very thankful that we took into consideration and then wrote into our regulations. But to speak to habitat specifically, there are other places that, for instance, wildlife corridors is defined, a vegetated route or other connection which allows unimpeded movement of wildlife between areas of habitat, similar to that of the solar regulations.
That was the definition.
A definition, yes. Additionally, within the application environmental impact assessment, we call out that there has to be information provided, impact of wildlife habitat in the project boundary, as well as impact on wildlife corridors in the project boundary. And then the first consideration within the performance standard of siting considerations says, and there was there's significance to it being first in the siting consideration, agricultural uses and wildlife habitat shall be accommodated within the facility layout and design to the greatest extent possible. Recognized greatest extent possible has some wiggle room to it. However, that was purposeful in that when or if an application were to come forward, this body, as well as guidance from Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks, would provide additional consideration and guidance on if the wildlife habitat is accommodated. And then there's also, within environmental impact, wildlife and habitat, including avian and bat impact, has specific subsections. I can bring those up on the page I'm sharing. Sorry, I'm utilizing Sandy's computer as well as my own. Page 24, environmental impact. This is within performance standards. So this is the forever, so long as the project exists, how will it perform and what are the standards we hold it to, or else they might be revoked, suspended, and whatnot. Number 2, wildlife and wildlife habitat, including avian and bat impact. And then there are A, B, C, D within this space, as well as impact on environmentally sensitive land. This may be the space that if you have additional wildlife and wildlife habitat considerations or concerns, this could be where it's added as opposed to the concept plan.
Yes.
But these 4 were the ones that we had spoken with Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks, and they were interested in having.
Yes. Jeff.
Sorry, I didn't want to jump in there. Just on page 13, there's under environmental impact assessment, section F has a pretty lengthy listing of those items in there. I just wanted to call your attention to that to make sure that was the same as what you were asking about, just in case.
Yes, and so would those include, I guess it's just for, this is not my area, right? So like when I see critical habitat for a threatened or endangered species, like critically threatened and endangered species are separate in my very I just have a layperson's understanding of this. And so that would be, to me, different than just general wildlife. And so I wasn't sure if it would be, I'm assuming you can't violate the Endangered Species Act anyway, right? Whether we put it in the regulations or we don't put it in the regulations. But just, I do think the presence of any would be helpful. Official review.
I'd also like to make note, on that same page that Jeff pointed out, page 13, environmental impact assessment, number 4 is language directly from Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks, an ecological review determination and or action permit. That is the paid professionals who it is to look at and take care for endangered species and whatnot, saying, yes, this is okay.
Great.
We would not provide that determination and review, that action permit, if there was an issue.
Perfect. Thank you. Yes.
And just to highlight there, in that section, there is item 3 says impact on any endangered or threatened species, and kind of goes on for a while there. And then item 6 is impact on wildlife, and then it kind of goes on, it has 2 subsections under it. So it does kind of have that differential that I think you were highlighting there.
Yes, perfect. Thank you very much.
Any change needed there then?
Huh?
We're good there, no change?
Yeah, no, I think it's incorporated in other places.
Yep. Right.
That's all that matters.
Yeah.
And Commissioner, if I might, before you continue, just a question for the ad hoc and the sort of, the language that you're using and how this worked. You have often said that something was removed, like language was removed. So, and I'm looking at the ad hoc committee here. I take it that you did not sort of take the solar and then sort of remove language from an existing body of words. So you keep using the term removed. And so I just want to make it clear, if I'm correct.
It's a great observation, and this was a 2-year path that began with staff, beginning with solar at our direction as a foundation, and then began making adjustments to that to regulate commercial wind energy, right? And then a year of that went by, public feedback, and then the ad hoc group was impaneled to go into that further. There's rearrangement of things for sure, but
Yeah, and I did not know, so I wasn't on when we started this, so I did not know rather. I knew that this was taken up because of the solar regs, but I did not know if they were at all considered or if they were a baseline or how any of that was. So just, when I say remove, I mean differentiated. Like there's different language in one versus in the other, or it's in different places, and so my questions, and many of them have been very well answered, like the questions why, right? And I realized that they're 2 totally different types of land use, and so there could be good reasons. I just am curious as to it. I think you're right. We didn't start with one. It sounds like it wasn't started with one thing and language was taken out. But we had a set of regulations and maybe drafted the wind completely separate. I don't know.
let's keep going to about the bottom of the hour, and then we'll take a recess. I'm sorry.
One
Stacey?
quick reminder also, there are currently adopted wind regulations on our county code from 2016. So the direction that we had as staff initially was to take the existing regulations, which are still in effect today and will continue to be until a later time. The 2016 regulations was very brief. The intention was to take it, bulk it up, look at solar for guidance, and we wanted to structure it closely to solar, which is why you see those key factors, key issues in the concept plan written as such, because we sort of took the solar framework, thank you, Sandy, and use that to our advantage because it made more sense and was more robust than that of the existing 2016 regulations.
Yes, and I think that's why, to me, that seems like we looked at this and we rewrote it this way, so whether it's removed or just different, yes, drafted different.
I would say also the ad hoc committee, having gone through the solar work and some of that other discussion, saw places to clarify and refine and streamline and better organize some things. So that's also where you're going to see differences between the two. At one point, a comment was made, well, why don't we have something proposed in the wind in the solar, and talked about that, and we redirected and said we're focusing on this thing. So.
Yes, thank you. And that's part of my whole thing is trying to figure out where is what. and so I can only imagine. And again, I mean, you guys had a very long time to work through all this, and I'm just was doing this at my kitchen table, trying to understand. So thank you, and thank you.
Sure. What's next?
Let's see. So I noticed, and again, I get that we're not doing, we didn't just take one set and cut things out, but I noticed that in the solar regs, there is a place for a provision that allows staff to ask for more information, and I did not see something similar in here, and I was just curious as to if it's in here and I'm missing it, or if staff doesn't want the ability to ask for more information.
You will see throughout the document, when you see a list, it usually says something along the lines of shall include but not limited to. And that is the caveat that allows staff to ask for additional documentation that is relevant. Now, it's going to be a burden on us to make sure that we're being relevant to what the request is. But that is a standard language used in a lot of codes to be able to, we're going to capture as much as we possibly can. There's always going to be something that is unique to a particular situation that you may have to have additional resource to consider. So that's the kind of statement that you see in code language to be able to do that kind of activity.
Okay, I think my concern about that is just simply empowering staff to be able to ask an applicant for something, and if they are refused that, then that staff has a bit more of a bite, right, to request. But if you feel comfortable that you get what you need and that you aren't worried about it.
It is always the burden of the applicant to provide the justification for any application. So if staff is in a position where saying, we need additional information, or you applicant need to better justify your application, or staff can't support it, it is still the applicant's burden to provide that justification, not only to staff, but to you as an advisory board, and ultimately to the governing body as well. So we used to see in cell towers, there would be a request for different kinds of documentation that cell carriers became very concerned about that being proprietary information, and I'm drawing a blank on the exact kind of mapping that we looked at, propagation map, as an example. Carriers became aware that that was a tool that helped them better explain their story and their reason, and so many times it is now provided. We can't ask for it because that was a change at the federal level, but a lot of times we'll get that kind of information up front. So an applicant knows that they're going to have to tell their story in a convincing manner, and it's going to have to be logical and reasonable. Staff is not going to ask for, so we are not a shy group. If we think we need something to do our job, we're going to make that known throughout the review process. It may be something that a resident through the review process says, hey, what about this? Where I've contacted an applicant and said, I have this question from a resident. Can you provide additional information to respond to this question? And the applicants will typically do that. It's in their best interest to do so.
Great, as long as you feel like you have the power you need. And then my next thing would be the decommissioning plan. It seems, perhaps it's elsewhere and I'm not understanding it, but it seems much shorter and requires less than the decommissioning plan in the solar. And I understand that that could be because they're different uses for a variety of different things. I was just curious as to how you reached this decommissioning plan and the light aspect of the plan.
We say the light aspect, what do you mean?
The less detailed plan.
What detail do you feel is missing? I mean, it's 3 pages long. I'm not sure.
Okay, so see, I think that's what I'm missing. So this for here, it's just a general description, and then later that's going to be like with more oomph, right? So point me to the part where you were looking at with
the last 3 pages of the.
And so are they at this? So that's yes. So there's like a requirement for the actual decommissioning. What I'm talking about is just like the plan or whatever that's going to be submitted.
Some details about what would be done.
Yeah. Does there need to be anything more on the front end of it?
In reviewing the draft regulations with legal, as well as comparing these draft regulations to that of other counties that currently have adopted regulations, this is in line with what the county felt we needed in order to assure that the land is properly reclaimed and that the CWEX project is decommissioned fully, should it be abandoned. And there weren't any other issues brought forward by staff or legal.
Okay.
I'm just doing a quick look through here as well. Chelsea, look at all the different locations where I'm doing a word search on reclamation.
Great,
Right,
yeah. No, there's always a difference, since I don't know this stuff well, it's hard for me to know what's required and should be known up front versus what's just a regulation of what we're going to enforce on the back end. And so,
Like similar to some other items, it's
Yes.
peppered
Yes.
throughout this, and there's a number of things. There's a couple of areas that that have met some question, like, for example, how deep should reclamation occur? There's a standard that we've settled on in this recommendation that says down to 4 foot. And some of that's based on how things are designed. Some of it's based on for me anyway, the preference to not disturb soils any further than we need to beyond restoring it to a point where agriculture can continue. But there's elements like that. What do you do with underground cables? Do you dig those up, below a certain depth, or do you leave those in place? And peppered throughout this document, if you do a word search on reclamation, you're going to find, well, in this particular case, 27 different references to it.
yeah, it's just always hard to know when you're looking at like that, what's enforceable, what are up front. It's just, so it like, I do not doubt that these things are throughout the document. I'm just trying to find them.
There's one other piece that we've added that was unique. It came out of a visit to a wind farm south of us, where we asked the operator, if you were asked, what would you focus on in regulations? And one of the first things they said was, man, really pay attention to post-construction reclamation, so that you return the area around where construction was done to a suitable condition. So we've gone as far as adding that type of thing in here as well, but it's peppered throughout.
Yeah. So I had a question for public notice. Instead of it being before the CUP, it's within 24 hours of the CUP being submitted, and I was just wondering if that's typical. Does the applicant not need to give notice until 24 hours after the CUP has been submitted? Is that how the other notice for other CUPs work?
There is only one other type of land use that requires an applicant provide extraordinary notice beyond the boundary of their application, and that is for new communication towers. I don't know off the top of my head what the requirement is for solar. We had a lot of discussion back and forth, particularly at the staff level. If I get an application that comes in, the applicant needs to be providing notice to the surrounding property owners that are affected. If they send the letter out before I have the CUP, I've got people calling me and I don't have an application in front of me. So we've talked a lot back and forth. Do you do one first or the other? And so this is kind of where we settled on it. It's the commission's discretion of what you want to see. I don't know what kinds of changes will be happening with new software, how that may or may not affect a public ability to have notice. I can imagine that if we were to get an application, Denny will be drafting multiple people to sit down and fill out little yellow signs that are going to be posted on properties. We're trying to get the best notice out there with complete information. It's not especially helpful if I have a letter going out to an applicant and I don't have the application in my hands. Same way that there absolutely should be a pre-submittal meeting happening before they submit as well. If I just have an application come in and I don't know it's coming in, then we have different issues as well.
Okay. So I do see with solar that it's prior to, but I understand that sometimes we don't know which is best. So does it all affect, I think my concern is just, does it all affect the time limit for the public to do something, right? To whatever. I don't know what their legal rights would be to do once they got that notice, but I just want to make sure that we're not putting them 24 hours behind the ball to do something.
Statutorily, there is not a requirement to do this kind of notice. The statutory requirement is to notice property owners within 1,000 feet. Douglas County has other regulations that require a broader notice than the 1,000 feet. this goes an additional distance. We also provide that notice, that written notice that comes from staff 20 days in advance of the meeting, whereas in this, the applicant is getting an additional 45 days of notice. So it's significant.
So nothing would be happening.
No.
This 24 hours would matter to the landowner. Or
No,
to the,
it would not materially affect that.
Yeah.
This is also a place where we took into consideration what are the realistic pieces that staff can meet. We wanted to make sure that the regulations were written in such a way that, as Sandy mentioned, we have real-life experiences of applications and notices differing in enough time that it caused issues. So we wrote into this with consideration from staff that 24 hours meets what we need, that giving them plus or minus a day of whenever they submit the application to send out that notice, which will be extraordinary. The 2 miles that this draft language is, in addition to what is required by state statute, is in addition to what we normally see in CUPs, and it is in addition to what is currently in the 2016 regulations. So that 24 hours came out of a lot of discussion from staff.
Great, thank you. I'm gonna have to take a break in a minute, but
Okay.
I don't know how long we plan.
Oh, so we're at the bottom, we're in between topics. Why don't we go ahead and take a break now?
Okay.
So do we want, we'll take a bio break. Do you want to also, and I can help if you want, scribe, if you want to put together a list for staff?
I can do that, yeah.
All right.
I'll take my bio break and then I will.
All right,
come back here.
so it's 10, 12 minutes. If we come back at 20 till, is that enough time for everything?
Yeah, that should
All right, let's recess and come back at 20 minutes before 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
Glad you're here.
And we're back. All right. Chelsea, do you want to continue, or do you?
I mean, I'm getting tired, but I am happy to ask the rest of my questions because I
well-
know we want to get onto the setbacks, and so if you'd rather me get my big...
I would, if it's okay with you,
Yeah.
let's just keep going. I think there's a lot of great conversation coming up around that. To Charlie's point, this is great context to talk about a lot of things, so
Okay.
let's do.
So I think my next thing I wanted to raise was the bond and the security letter requirement, and I just wanted to ask about that. And that's not necessarily a direct comparison, but I just wanted to ask about that, and was interested in how you reached this language.
Okay.
And
So I think maybe staff, you guys could weigh in on that. There was quite a few things that went into it.
Was there any specific part of the bond language that you were interested in? Like the
Yeah.
amount or the forms of security or?
Yeah, well, and other people might have, I know this has come up at other meetings, other people may have questions, but I'm just curious as to like if it was discussed to have a requirement to reevaluate the bond every 5 years. That is something that is in the solar and is not in the wind, and I was just curious because it seems to me like...
Can we just hold for a second? If there's noise, I think, out in the lobby.
There you
makes it
go.
hard
Thank you.
to
Yeah.
hear.
The decommissioning plan overall, the decommissioning abandonment reclamation plan, does have a requirement that every 5 years it's revisited. So that would include the bond.
Okay, so the bond that's being put up is being put up for for the whole process of it, and the entire bond would then be reevaluated every 5 years.
Correct.
Okay, and then is there any language in there about a third party having the bond evaluated by a third party at the cost of the applicant?
We did take this language specifically to legal staff, and they did not add that language. They were very comfortable with the way it was written, that they had, the county has the most authority to be able to assess the assurity that they need. We can ask that question if you'd like, but the language was specifically reviewed.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to see, I mean, if that's possible, I think I would like to see that just so that staff, if they felt the need, they could get assistance in negotiating. I'm going to guess that the negotiation for the bond is going to be against an entity or with an entity with lots of money. And so if staff felt that they were out of their wheelhouse or needed support or wanted a third party to evaluate the bond, I just would be interested in language about that, and then particularly that would be at the expense of the applicant.
Are you looking at page 35? Because I think it's kind of in there.
Okay, if it is, that's fantastic.
It says under amount, the security shall be in an amount equal to 100% of the estimated decommissioning and reclamation costs at the expiration of the CUP, and/or shall provide for an annual adjustment of the amount of the security based on the annual rate of inflation. Such amount shall be determined by the Board of County Commissioners based upon estimates set forth in the decommissioning and reclamation plan and/or from qualified professional opinions of cost to implement the plan.
So I guess I don't see that as at the applicant's expense, but maybe that's not necessary.
There's an opportunity to add additional language if you'd like at this point. So I'm going to zoom back up to the start of commercial WEX. So within in F,
Okay.
so we are on page 6 right now. F calls out, and this is at the start of CWEX regulations. So it's calling out not specifically within the application, not specifically within performance standards, the entirety of the CWEX CUP. If it's determined that the review body does not have the appropriate expertise to review or interpret any or all of the required application materials, including but not limited to, this is where I think if you want specific language, we could add it in.
That'd be perfect.
Construction activities, field inspections, or decommissioning activities, or however the language is that you see fit. They may contract with an independent third party to conduct reviews. In such cases, the applicant shall be responsible for all costs and external review. I think both in combination with what Commissioner Kelso said, and maybe beefing this up. If you have specific language, we can start to document that, but.
Yes, I do not know, like, bond, assessment of the bond. Where's that language that Commissioner Kelso mentioned about?
Page 35.
Okay, estimates set forth of the decommissioning or commissioning for. I don't know the exact language we would use, like if we would say the bond, but then also perhaps, and I do like the idea of calling it out, but if the bond is a part of the decommissioning, then maybe having decommissioning in that list counts. I don't know, but.
Decommissioning activities, I believe, would count. And from our previous legal review, we didn't specifically call out this point, but we did our best to run all the traps of how do we assure, this is an especially important part, that it was fully incorporated as it needed to be.
Yes. Maybe decommissioning, comma, including the bond or something like that, just to make it clear that.
I would suggest maybe not using the term bond, but
Okay.
security.
Okay, security.
So that would be within F, independent third-party review, on page 6, construction activities, field inspections, or decommissioning activities, parenthesis, including security.
Yeah, or would it be security assessment? Let's see, amount, let's see the,
Monetary security.
We want to include language that says that allows the county to use a third party at their discretion at applicant's expense to determine appropriate security amount.
yeah,
That's the language, right?
yeah. You said it better.
Repeat that?
Can we say that again?
Yes, please.
I could run the tape back after we leave. but-
So I've got, well, when we're through this, those things that we want to make changes, I'm trying to capture here, and we'll document that again. You can run the tape back, but I've also got it recorded here, okay?
Live editing.
Okay. Do you want me to say it again now, or would you rather? Yes? Okay. The update needs to say that we want to include allowance that the county may, at their discretion, use a third party at applicant's expense to determine that the security amount is adequate for reclamation.
I'm so sorry. Are you telling me a new sentence overall, or are you starting where we currently have language and then adding some language in and then tapering it in? Because
Okay, let me get into that.
if I'm looking at F, I was trying to place what you were saying within F. Is that different than what you were interested in doing?
So which paragraph are you looking at?
I'm on page 6, within the start of CWEX, underline F. I believe I'm screen sharing. But so this calls out already, independent third-party review, being that it's responsible for all costs at the applicant's expense.
Appropriate expertise. You interpret any and all.
Yeah.
And this section is about. I'm sorry. And this section is about adding the third-party review. The financial amount, 100% being covered, should not change. So we still have the same financial amount. We're making it clear that the third-party resource is available also for
Security.
securing the security.
Yeah, that makes it really simple. All we need to do is add on F, interpret any or
Securing
all
the
required
security.
application materials, including but not limited to construction activities, comma, field inspections, comma, decommissioning activities, or adequacy of security amount.
Yes.
Yeah. Adequacy of security amount added to that one sentence should do it.
Okay.
Thanks, Sharon.
And then I just had a question about the term of letter of credit, I don't know much about securities. It says the security shall be in the form of a letter of credit. Is that typical? Is a letter of credit enough? I guess I just don't know enough about how the security works.
Yes, this was, again, a specific question of legal staff, that this was actually a preferred method, this is something that the county does do regularly, so this is not an unfamiliar activity for devising these kinds of tools.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, I think at the moment, anyway, I have to collect my thoughts, and I don't want to close the door to any questions that I may have. But I think at the moment...
First round, you think?
Yes.
So if it's okay, unless there's another specific topic, I was going to suggest maybe we discuss any actions or that we want to take out of the county's memo.
Sure, yeah.
Is that okay?
Yep.
Good place to start. County's memo, in their summary, asked for three basic things. One was more robust language information about mitigation and things that could be done to prevent the need for mitigation. There was a request in that that talked about better definition around native habitat, native wildlife. And then the third one was around more definition for areas of, I think it was cultural importance. I need to go back to the document.
Cultural, historical, or
okay,
archaeological
yeah.
features.
I'll just throw out a thought. As I went back through our document, I note that we cite inside of our regs 12-314.2 of county code, which provides, in my judgment, pretty rigorous definition of a number of those components. And we cite that code intentionally because we don't want to go off in a completely separate, siloed direction with what is here. We want to be consistent with what's in code. 1, 2, the nature of those three items are broad. And similar to what I've just said, I think that any changes that were made there, or any clarity that was given there, you would want to see that as a part of wind and solar and any rural development, particularly large-scale rural development, roads, bridges. You would want there to be something comprehensive that every one of those things would reference. So my thought was that rather than try to dig into a fairly generic request from zoning and codes, that we say, let's ask for, if they're saying 13 or 12.314.2 is inadequate, as we reference it, then ask them to provide specific detail. In other words, a way to get at that would be that we ask them to initiate a text amendment that would be inside of county code that we would then all reference, as opposed to trying to build it independently here. That was the thought that I had as I was reading that through and trying to figure out how in the world are we going to land something specific here, and what's the implication of that going to be every place else. So I want to throw that out.
Can we ask Jeff and or council their opinion on this?
So if I understand Commissioner Rexroad correctly, you're asking, should we do an amendment that is in I'm getting the section number wrong here. I think you said 314. Is it just as a standard requirement to all applications and reviews instead of just being specific inside of one text amendment? Is it?
My sense is that it's, yes, my sense is, and this is a new text amendment, different from what we're dealing with here tonight, a new text amendment that would get at the specific things they're asking in those general questions, but that it be broadly applicable, or decide if it's not. If it's not needed to be broadly applicable, then come back then with what they would like it to be, what they feel is missing, as a part of a separate motion, rather than trying to drive it through the wind regs.
Well, it is in the commission's purview. If you do find that another text amendment is possible, you do have the ability to initiate an amendment to carry it through there. I was scrolling trying to find the section you were referencing. I don't think I found the right one yet. So it'd be more broadly situated in the code and be applicable across multiple application types instead of being a subcomponent of a single application type. So if the commission finds that is advantageous or a benefit to the code, it is an amendment you could initiate and could be, brought through the process. would just hazard a guess on this one. It would probably take us some time to get through it because it would be a code-wide analysis and also have this other text amendments currently working their way through the process. So there is a bit of a timing that would go on there. But if that is the commission's purview and discretion, that's a possibility.
In my mind, that is actually weight towards that as a direction to take because it is a comprehensive thing. I don't know that 12.314.2 is the only area of code that they would want to contemplate. I would actually want zoning and codes to come back with what they think a project like this might look like. But I also, as I thought this through, and I thought, okay, well, they put that out in the context of wind regs, and if an application came through, would there be any exposure? And I'm reminded of solar this last month where there was a desire on the part of county staff, zoning and code specifically, to have something more in the CUP than what code required. So I don't feel like we're necessarily exposed. I don't think we've exposed the county by taking this approach because they can always add those specific requests in a CUP application as it comes along while they're doing the work to get us correct across the board.
I would actually not, and I think it's lovely. I would love to see a text amendment and put on our radar to do a text amendment to incorporate these into a larger context so that they are through across things. I do think it's really important, though, to have them in this, to hash this out and have them in these regulations for a variety of reasons, but number one is I think these are very consistent with the comp plan and the things that the community has says that it values and that it wants to see protected. And I think they should be called out as things that will be protected in these regulations. And I've already mentioned earlier this evening, I think the CUP process is not set up for these large energy complexes, and that we need to have regulations in place to protect what the community has said it wants to protect, and I'd like to see it hashed out and worked into the regulations rather than at a future time. I mean, I could not vote on these and have it hashed out through a text amendment that way, but if we're going to vote on these, I would want to see these hashed out and represented in the regulations.
Other thoughts around from the commissioners?
Well, I think what Jeff said is time, for one thing. We're going to vote on regulations tonight. The text amendment, we are talking months, perhaps. Is that safe to say?
Potentially, I would say yes, only because I don't know the width and breadth of what we would have to study as part of it, but be my estimation.
And it's much simpler to put it in these regulations now and then broaden it when it needs to be broadened.
If it is, in fact, I think I would be more inclined to try to hash that through and get to it tonight. And maybe I'll be surprised. My sense, though, is the generic nature of those things. And maybe I should just back up. Maybe as we look through it, and particularly as we look at their request and what's already in code, we make a determination that the conclusion we drew when we made this recommendation is in fact right, and it doesn't need anything else. I don't know. I was just wanting to I wanted to give some deference to zoning and codes requests that a broader set of topics be looked at, but not do that in the context, not do the broad set of work in the context of wind. But I've already said that 3 times. So you're saying hash it out. You're saying, hey, maybe it makes sense because there's a long time to get to it. Any other thoughts?
I guess I'd be interested in getting guidance from staff on what the status quo is, because I mean, both of these things seem to be kind of perennial concerns. How do you identify native land and animals? Or disturbance? How do you identify important cultural, historical, and archaeological features? I'd just like to start with that interrogation, that discussion, and see where it takes us. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Shall we do that? Shall we start?
Hasn't the county completed the historical research for the whole county now. Am I correct in thinking that?
I suppose
We
there's
have-
always new things that are uncovered, but I think there's a pretty comprehensive understanding, yeah.
Right, that we have that
Yeah.
now.
Yep.
And could identify, we could go with the list that has been identified.
Let me get to,
This is,
once again, get to the
the
bit
specific.
of Douglas County Code that we cite in our regulations that cover that. I'll try to read that to you.
So are we at the moment not looking at the first bullet point? I mean, that was not what you were suggesting we include in the text amendment, because that sounds like it's pretty clear.
Yes,
The
certainly-
definition and
certainly the
requirement for a mitigation plan, okay. Well, do you mind? Oh, go ahead.
I'm just actually trying to catch up, figure out, because I'm actually looking at the second bullet point in the county memo that's
Yeah.
talking about 12-306, 44-0304. So I find that in the regs, and I'm looking at 2D, and I'm not seeing that language. Are you seeing that language?
Say that again.
Okay.
Was that language taken out between drafts?
I'm looking at 2D, and I do not see the sentence, CWEX project should avoid areas which may adversely affect native lands and animals. I could be in the wrong place, absolutely. But that is not what 2D says under, unless it's, okay, that's,
Could staff tell us whether that language was in the first draft and was removed for the second, into the second draft? I mean, I don't know. I just don't know how it would disappear.
well, I'm not saying it's disappeared, I'm not sure I'm in the right place. That's what I'm looking for.
What are you searching?
I'm looking for that. I'm looking for that sentence. Where is
Okay.
that?
So if I'm understanding this, okay. So in the memo, it refers to the section 12-306-44.03.04 under performance standards.
Right.
And I find that on page 251 of the packet, page 25 of the regulations.
Okay.
Are we all in the same place?
Thank you.
Okay, and then D2, CWEX, this is what's in the proposed regulations. CWEX projects should avoid areas which may adversely affect native lands and animals. And then, as I understand the county memo, they're requesting clarification here. Recommends further clarifying this item, so they're picking up from the language that's there. All areas within Douglas County contain an amount of what would be considered native lands and animals for which introduction of a foreign object may cause a disturbance. Staff suggests further specifying how to determine what areas should be avoided and/or what is considered an adverse effect.
Okay.
We did not go to that level in the design. This was language that was new to us as well, or this idea or concept. Adverse effect, you see that kind of language throughout many different kinds of, and sections of the zoning regulations, both in the county and the city. That is somewhat of a judgment call of staff, of the commission. If that's something the commission feels should be further defined, that's at your will. So defining adverse effect is,
So it cites in 3B, impact on environmentally sensitive lands. It might bump into D just a little bit. If I go out to 3D, it's A through H, the areas that are defined here, are regulatory floodplains. It doesn't define what adverse effect is, but it does, maybe I should stop there. It does give a pretty broad list of things that would be considered in that.
I would say scattered throughout the document in environmental impacts, the document does actually consider many types of sensitive lands already defined
Yes.
in our regulations and,
Yes.
and in county code.
We did not attempt to identify new environmentally sensitive features above and beyond what is already described in the county zoning regulations. Those include regulatory floodways, so that includes designated FEMA areas, special flood hazard areas designated on the FEMA insurance rate maps, jurisdictional wetlands as determined by the Corps of Engineers, Army Corps of Engineers, stream corridors as defined by these regulations, different section, native prairies and restored prairies, which have been voluntarily listed for protection, prime farmland as defined in the Natural Resources Conservation Service, stands of mature trees as defined in these regulations with a priority to heritage woodlands or old growth forests, and archaeological and historic sites listed on local, state, and federal registers. So those are the components that are currently identified in that specific section.
So I would read that as that these sort of native, unless there is some new category that the county wants to consider, that this document has identified native lands and animals.
I don't know if Carl has more insight to this.
Carl, is there something else that you wished had been added under the category of native lands and animals that is not already covered?
He's not on the call anymore.
not?
He was having connectivity issues, but we can send an email and see if we can get him back on.
Please do.
So since this memo came in, has anyone spoken with, or have they been a part of the conversation to work in how they think these ought to be handled? I mean, I'm getting the impression that that's no, but I just wanted to double check. I mean, has there been conversations about what the county who would be enforcing this would like to see, or how they would like to see these provisions read?
Yeah, that was kind of my point, Commissioner Hayden, is that the request is fairly generic, lacks some definition on what their intent was. That's why I thought, let's ask them to go off and design that and then land that inside of the code that we then reference, as opposed to trying to build it uniquely here in a silo.
But were they consulted? Was this conversation had with them after they turned in this memo? I know Carl, we're trying to get Carl back, but does anybody else here have insight into what they would like to see?
We made multiple attempts to try to schedule meetings to meet, and we were not successful in finding a calendar time because of other commitments for county staff.
But we took the information and we saw this request on October 23rd. Can we get, I know we're trying to get a hold of Carl. Can we get Tanya on the phone? She joined the call. It sounds like that some of these questions are something she ought to be here for.
And meanwhile, may I ask, what is the genesis of this phrase? I mean, where did it come from? If county staff is asking for clarification, how did it end up in the code? Where did it come from? Was it our wording or?
Which wording?
That we should avoid, where are we? Avoid areas which may adversely affect native lands and animals. That phrasing, where did it come from? Because, I mean, if it's already accounted for in code, is it worth just scratching this altogether?
Just scratch the line. That's a way to solve
If current regulations already cover it, do we need to add a separate
need to say it again.
stipulation which causes confusion? I'm just asking because I'm not quite clear where this comes from.
It may be from the solar regulations call out the impact of wildlife habitat / native flora and fauna. A key issue. And our general interest in drafting of these wind regulations was to use more plain language when possible, so changing that native flora and fauna to native wildlife and plants. But staff did consider the memo we received from county, and that was included in the addition of mitigation plan. And then the other pieces, as we've sort of been discussing, we felt were covered in what we had in the regulations, and felt confident that in a situation where an application came forward and we needed to use discretion, that as we've written the regulations, there is multitudes of space for us to add conditions, ask for more information, or to have that clarity at the time of an application.
Sure. Okay, thank you.
The other thing, just for the commission's deliberation on that one, is you read through part where it talks about native animals and land. That's kind of a very broadly written sentence in there, so it's hard to argue does what animal would trigger that review, because potentially a bird or a squirrel could be anywhere at any time, or there could be a plant that could propagate in one spot and move to another, which they just naturally would do. So that wording may be very broad and very hard to follow through and interpret as part of that process. So just something for consideration as part of that. Right. I did want to note, I think Commissioner Rexford, you'd asked about that one. I know Tanya had a prior meeting that precluded her from probably joining us earlier in the evening, but she and I did have conversations about the meetings and going through the details on that one, but she just wasn't available tonight because of a prior commitment.
I just wonder if some of the different languages, so you have the very specific language about native lands and animals up in the section of what the contents, like what the applicant must submit. And now this is a different section under performance standards. So I just wonder if maybe that's why they're different. You have a very specific listing of all these things we've been talking about up in a different section, but somehow in the performance standards, I don't know if that may be just referencing.
There is purpose in those spaces that we say should instead of shall, and there is purpose in spaces that we say may adversely affect. We heard a great deal of public comment concerned about how this use might affect native lands animals, how this use might affect general things about the environment. Was a large amount of public comment that we received. So this was a space in the performance standard, which we've already spoken to. All of these are supposed to be tests that throughout the lifetime of a project, if something goes wrong, we can hold them to it. We can suspend, revoke, or otherwise make them decommission, reclaim the land. So this broad sentence, the intention was, if an issue happened that we couldn't otherwise identify in a performance standard, I don't know what that might be. If we get through the Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks action permit, they say there's not going to be an issue, and then suddenly there's a big natural disaster. A tornado moves things suddenly. And then in the lifetime of the project, the performance is such that it is causing adverse effects to those native lands or animals. We have space after the CUP has already been approved to hold them to that performance standard and say, oh wait, we have these regulations, it's causing an issue that we as a community have a problem with, and then the Board of County Commission can make a determination on that.
So as I interpret what you're saying, this adds an extra layer of protection.
Correct.
Essentially. We have details, but those details might not include everything that we may encounter, especially when it comes to cultural, historical, and archaeological features, I imagine, since those aren't as obvious on the landscape.
Yes.
And so should something be encountered, you would have language to then address that. So without going specific like the county memo is suggesting, this actually adds a layer of protection, this sort of broader statement, in addition to the details.
That was the intention, yes. We've heard a lot about adding teeth to the regulations, and this is a space where we were very thoughtful in trying to add there's a lot of what-if scenarios. Yes, there's future text amendments that can happen to sort of clarify those pieces, but having some language to add those assurities in here in the initial go at it after the 2016 regulations was our intent.
If I understand it correctly, the zonings and codes will be the entity that is responsible for enforcing these regulations. And so I think that Gary's or Mr. Rexroth's suggestion that they be the ones who are responsible for drafting the enhanced regulations in here is totally appropriate. How we do that and also take final action on this matter tonight, I don't understand. But I do think pretty clearly that it ought to be zoning and codes who provide the language.
Thank you, Jane.
And I would submit that, given what Cece just said, that we might not want to mess with this because this is giving added protection by the county asking us to specify specifically more to like take further a specification of native lands, cultural, historical, and archaeological features. I just think this adds, if CC, well, I liked CC's explanation that this gives us an extra layer of protection. Should something appear that was not specifically listed in the previous section of the regulations. And by the county asking us to specify it, I think it cuts out, I think it cuts down that protection.
Is that true on both the second and the third suggestion that they have?
Yeah, I would say it would be the same for native lands and
Same
animals, as
language.
well as cultural, historical, and archaeological features.
Projects should avoid areas, projects should avoid
Right.
areas, yeah. So if we.
Especially when
saying-
it comes to some of those hidden things, like archaeological features.
Is there consensus on that?
I will respectfully disagree with you because I think we've certainly had several months where we could have ironed this out, haven't ironed it out. And for the people who are going to be responsible for enforcing it, I think we should be, at the very least, have a conversation with them. We haven't been able to do that. I think it's important to get that done.
I think I agree with you, and there has been opportunity. We got those three, but our charge is to look at that request, look at our code, make our determination of where we feel that is. And in this particular case, if we decide we need to go back to zoning and codes and ask them for something different, that can happen in a separate motion. Is there any other, on points 2 and 3, mitigation plan we'll come back and talk to on points 2 and 3, is there any other?
I guess I have a process question for staff, and that is, should said meeting take place after tonight, but before this moves on to approval by the city and county? Can amendments be made without having to come back to us? Is it ultimately up to the governing bodies to approve the code? Are we facilitating the process, or is our participation a requirement for any further change?
Just for clarity, it would not go to the city commission. It would only go to the Board of County Commissioners as part of that.
Forgive me, yes.
But yeah, there is that ability to kind of have some of that. And also the county commission could change this as they see fit as they go through the process. So you do make a recommendation based upon what you have, but ultimately if they decide to add or subtract or modify, that is within their purview to do so. And then just to kind of go back to if I may jump back a little bit off of Commissioner Carter's question, and hopefully I got that question all the way answered. Is, the dialogue you're having is very much the same as the dialogue you had earlier about these. If these are something that you would see, kind of when we were having the well discussion, these are things that could be added as conditions to specific permits as seen fit. So if that is something that you may want to consider, is there may be instances where you would like to add language like this to those permits as they arise in those contexts of where they're appropriate. Just throwing that out there as an option on the table. Like Cece said earlier, though, is that this is the baseline establishment that we're talking about here. So just wanted to, so you'd have both sides of that context for discussion.
Okay. Thank you.
And I would like to touch base a little bit on what Commissioner Rexroth said about this sort of rather general language in terms of native lands and animals and the historic, archaeological, and the mitigation plan, that these things don't just apply to utility scale wind. They apply to all kinds of big projects that might happen in the county. Subdivisions, great big agritourism
They should apply, yeah.
operations
They should be consistent.
that have incredible environmental impacts out on the landscape there. Building in the floodplain, for one.
Right. And that's why I asked about existing regulations, if those are adequate. So, I mean, that's why I was questioning this
Sounds like
extra
as they're
language.
written, that provides more protections. I think we agreed to that. It provides more protections than trying to get at some specific list. There is a method by which more specificity can be gained without stopping us tonight, and that's to put that back on zoning and codes. We already, in our language, reference a section of zoning and codes, or of county code, specifically designed to hold these definitions. It seems to me like a not just an easy thing, but a correct approach to ask county to provide that specificity inside this reference body of code, and then everything all across the work that the county does is now up to date with their guidance. To try to provide anything specific on 2 and 3 today might actually reduce protections. I think we've generally agreed that that's a possibility. So let's set 2 and 3 aside for just a moment. We'll come back to that when we decide what to do overall. There's a specific request on this first item. And in this particular case, they did provide language. And I'll just read that language and get a sense from everyone if they feel like we should add this. Mitigation plan, an incorporated document within the application that shall be applied to avoid, reduce, or eliminate impacts related to the project. The mitigation commitments and measures shall be approved by the governing body. Now, they gave examples in some of they gave a couple sample applications that gave some idea about what they meant. None of that is specified in this language. So I think it's probably going to be open to interpretation on what that mitigation plan might mean. Well, as an example, I don't know if you had a chance to go through that, but they gave 2 different bodies of regulations from 2 different groups, and an example of a reclamation plan in one case was acted on by the developer, where they increased the size of the towers and the megawatt output of the towers to reduce the overall footprint by lowering the number that might be required. Right? That opens up some other questions about things that we're trying to manage in different ways, right? Like view shed as an example. So when I see that, we can put that in, but it seems to me like a wide open question. How's that going to be defined? What's sufficient in a mitigation plan? Where will that lead?
I find it a little that in questions 2 and 3, they asked us to specifically define adverse effect and native lands and animals, for example, but then in the first comment, do not specify what an impact is.
Yeah.
To me, that's what is that? What do they want by impacts?
And what person different from the next person is going to define that differently, and how does an applicant possibly
that's just
answer that?
blows everything wide open.
Yeah.
If I might add, if you look to your staff memo that included that redlining of sorts, we did provide guidance of a new section. So initially in the memo provided by zoning code staff, they asked for a definition of the mitigation plan, but then there wasn't clarity on when that mitigation would be provided or how it would be reviewed. And so in speaking with county legal staff, we determined putting that language directly into the application. So we recommended on page 16, a new section, mitigation plan, a document which incorporates all means of mitigation in order to avoid, reduce, or eliminate adverse impacts related to the CWEX project. We didn't include the language approved by Board of County Commission, as every piece of a CUP has to be approved by Board of County Commission.
There it is.
But so,
It's on page 6 of the staff report, page 16 here. New subsection.
that's just an option for addressing what the county zoning code staff asked for that we checked with legal. That mitigation plan, although there's not considerable more detail of what's included within that mitigation plan in the application, I think due to how conditional use permits, the process of them being such that the applicant supplies information, we seek back additional information if it's necessary, bring it to the planning commission. There could be discussions of, with zoning code staff at the time of a specific application, what needs to be in that mitigation plan. You'll also note in the 2 mitigation plans they provided, they vary greatly in size. And so without additional information as to what is needed or wanted in that mitigation plan, leaving it generally open in the application where we can always request more information, and then in the CUP process, additional clarity can be found or additional points can be made. If that mitigation plan is a sticking point for zoning and codes, we found this to be the best spot to put it.
Does does zoning and codes have input on the CUP? Like, how much input are they concerned that they're not going to have input, and they're not? Is that where this is coming from? That how much input do they have in a CUP when a CUP is drafted?
They have as much standing as all reviewers have, whether it's the review by myself or Mary or Cece or whoever, or by by other agencies. They have significant standing in the review process. So there's definitely that component. I would also add that in the regulations already, we have 19 instances of the word mitigation where we either talk about mitigation plan in context of noise, mitigation plan in terms of environmental impact, mitigation plan in terms of traffic, mitigation plan in terms of emergency responses, and then we also talk about mitigation techniques in some of those different components. So this addition is a generic piece that's kind of intended to be an umbrella or a catch-all if it becomes more necessary of something we haven't already identified.
On the one hand, the lack of definition of adverse impact makes it difficult for an applicant to approach that in any kind of an objective way. On the other hand, the lack of a definition of adverse impact gives the county some latitude to work with an applicant on different ways they might improve something they might want to bring to Douglas County.
I guess maybe I I really wish they were here to clarify maybe a little bit more about the mitigation aspect of it. I guess when I was thinking of mitigation plan, I was seeing more about, or I've heard talk of, a mitigation plan for mitigating the impacts of the entire project, not the impacts of one thing, right? So in certain industries, people will then, they're taking up this chunk of land, right? And then there's some kind of a mitigation for preserving something else, right? I know Tradewinds has certainly reached out to organizations I worked with to put conservation easements on land and to do a variety of things in order to mitigate. Mm-hmm. And so I guess that's what I thought this was getting at, but maybe I am misunderstanding. I don't know. What?
They're not here.
Yeah, so I think them being cut out of the conversation for this part and it not being able to be here is a concern for me, because a mitigation plan is a big part of my thoughts about these regulations. And so I just would want to know, that's what was my understanding, and that would be the kind of thing that I would want incorporated into this, but I would want more information about what that looks like in the planning and zoning context, because I don't have that knowledge about what that looks like, if that's a thing.
Well, adding on to what Sandy mentioned of where mitigation plan is used elsewhere in the code, if we look on page 12 of the regulations under noise impact assessment, one moment while I share my screen. So in this specific context, this is language that was in the draft written by the ad hoc committee. The noise impact assessment will be developed by a qualified professional, certified, potential adverse impacts from operational noise, any proposed measures to mitigate or lessen impacts. The assessment and mitigation plan shall include at a minimum the following. So initially, whenever we drafted it, as Sandy mentioned, it was sort of clarified as to what the expectation for that mitigation plan was within the specific code excerpts of where mitigation plan is spoken to. So specifically in noise, there's information on existing noise, information on noise at the nearest participating dwelling, noise at the property line, a report detailing expected cumulative noise, a report detailing proposed measures to mitigate or lessen the effects of the adverse impacts caused by CWEX operation at affected dwellings. So this very clearly calls out what the expectation is for that mitigatory piece. Is that a word? And then any proposed measures that would eliminate pure tone. So I understand that mitigation plan piece from zoning and codes to be something that they found called out in other WEX operations, and there was interest in having that same sort of a specified plan in our regulations where it was the culmination of all the other mitigation plans. So it's in a lot of ways the same thing we've been talking about, where there are extra protections for things that we're already talking about in the 37 pages. But so that mitigation plan would be a space that I would expect getting a CUP application to be calling out all these pieces, and then any other things that were brought forward by zoning and code staff that were issues that they wanted to make sure were mitigated for the community that would be affected.
So a thought, let's put this out to move us. What if we tailored the language a little bit on what they'd recommended and say, back to it, on that first item and say.
Clarify really fast, Gary, just so I make sure I follow along with you. Are you looking at staff's memo where I call out the page 16, or are you looking at the county memo of what they originally said?
Let me go to yours. Let me go to yours and build off of that, because that's already a part of our work here. All right, page 16. Mitigation plan quotes a document which incorporates all means of mitigation in order to avoid, reduce, or eliminate adverse impacts which are unique to this project, comma, not already contemplated in other parts of the regulations of the CWEX project. I'll say CWEX project again. So what I've put a qualifier in there. I've made it unique to the project area, which gives a little bit of shape to it. I've separated out areas that are already provided for in regulations, so the scope doesn't go all over the place. Well, I guess they can do whatever they want, but it narrows it just a little bit, contains it just a little bit, still keeps the spirit of what zoning codes was asking for. Adopt that small change to the red line that they've got on request 2 and 3. We push back we make no change to our existing language, and we push back to zoning and codes a request/recommendation that they provide those definitions and put those into county code so that it can be referenced broadly across wind, solar, roads, bridges, whatever it is.
Could you just go back to the first bullet point, though? You are suggesting that we make a specific change based on the recommendation.
I'm throwing that out as in my mind, adding what I've just described with a little bit of a container around
Yeah.
that, what adverse impact the scope of that might be, because we lack that definition, but it allows us to move forward. It captures what the county's asked us to do on the one thing that we can, and on the other two, we send back to them. I wish that they were here tonight. They're not. I can't do anything about that.
Could I ask you to read that just one more time, the specific
Try.
text? And just in advance, I would suggest changing uniquely to specifically. So specifically related rather than uniquely related, because uniquely sounds maybe a little too specific. I mean,
All right.
you want there to be a direct relationship, but it makes it sound like nothing else could possibly be related to this other than this one thing. You know what I'm saying?
All right, and you said instead of
Uniquely
say-
specific.
Right. All right, yeah. All right, so it would read, a mitigation plan, a document which incorporates all means of mitigation in order to avoid, reduce, or eliminate adverse impacts related to this specific CWEX project, which are not already contemplated in other parts of the regulation.
Instead of this, would it be A? I'm trying not to get picky here.
Yeah.
Because there is no specific project at this point.
Well, we'd be talking about,
Right,
this would be
in the
an
C.
application, right?
Okay, all right,
It would be a
All right.
project then, yeah. Or I could say the or a, yeah, whichever one you want. Please.
Commissioner, I just wanted to ask a point of clarification. So if you say a mitigation plan is a document which incorporates all means of mitigation in order to avoid, reduce, or eliminate adverse impacts, and I can't remember if you said related to the CWEX project, that are specific to this project and not already contemplated in other parts of the regulation, if there are aspects of this regulation that address things like noise, for example, would that not be part of this? I just want to clarify.
It's already contemplated, there's a mitigation plan in place, mitigation requirement in place for that. I'm saying we wouldn't want to step on, undo areas where we already have mitigation requirements in place.
And the reason for my question is this is a definition of mitigation plan. And so I just want to make sure we're not defining out of mitigation plan things that are specifically required to be mitigated elsewhere in the regulation.
Such as traffic.
Because it's
or
definitional,
emergencies.
not
Right.
not prescriptive or whatever the word would be.
If I'm understanding correctly, I think that's the intention of saying not already contemplated, or not already regulated, or maybe I don't even have to say that, but.
Well, it's your intent that matters. I'm just attempting to clarify that if we're defining, in my mind, a mitigation plan addresses all the things that the operator or whoever it is has to do to mitigate. And so I want to make sure that not already contemplated in other parts of the regulations doesn't take out of the scope of the mitigation plan things that are addressed elsewhere, like noise, for example.
I think that it would, but maybe we don't want to do that.
And that's the purpose of my
That's a great
question, just to clarify.
Great question.
I saw Cece shaking her head no, that it is not definitional, so jump in.
Correct. What planning staff was suggesting, differing from that of what zoning code suggested. Zoning code suggested it be a definition. We're suggesting it be included within the application. So because just putting it as a definition then didn't apply it elsewhere. Rather, it's in the application. That was my only head shake. I'm sorry that my face shows so much emotion. That is not my intent of the evening. It could also read mitigation plan, a document which incorporates all means of mitigation, comma, outside of those already considered within the application in order to avoid, reduce, or eliminate adverse impacts.
So Cece, you're saying that the application would have all of the mitigation aspects required elsewhere in the regulation, and then this requirement of subsection M would be anything else that's not already in the application?
Correct.
Okay, that eliminates my question because I just didn't want to define the term mitigation plan to include a subset of what the mitigation plan would actually be.
Very good. Thank you, John. Thank you. Cece, would you,
Read it back.
where you are and what you've captured in this conversation, and let's just test the commissioners if we feel like that's a good way to go forward.
Okay, yes, absolutely. Give me just one moment.
Before you start that, so just to remind you, we are in section 12-306-44.03.02, contents of application. You have general information, project information, and under that, that's where you get to the concept plan, lighting plan, visual assessment impacts, noise impact, environmental impact, stormwater management plan, traffic impact, operational and maintenance assessment, Federal Aviation Administration requirements acknowledgement, emergency mitigation plan, and then a new M, and this would be on page 16 or of the draft regulations, or page 242 of the packet, a new M, which is the mitigation plan, just before we get to the renumbering, decommissioning plan, public notice, et cetera. So that's where we're at in the regulation of this proposed language.
And if I look at this red line this is the page 16 new subsection where we're going to add that, right?
Yes.
All right. Please read that, Cece.
New subsection M, mitigation plan, a document which incorporates all means of mitigation, comma, outside of those already considered within the application in order to avoid, reduce, or eliminate adverse impacts in other areas related to the CWEX project.
Does anyone have an objection to that language?
I would only suggest that instead of outside of the, it would be in addition to.
I thought that was the key point, Gary, you were trying to flip. It's not in addition to, it's...
It specifically excludes those items outside of, right, so it's that, this mitigation plan, I think Jane, are you saying that what you want to do is just have it, you don't want to include items already regulated. You want this plan to be in addition to those items already regulated.
Correct. That's what I thought we were doing.
So I think
Perhaps
we're saying the same thing, just using a different word to do it. If we use the word including instead of outside, does that
Yes.
does that change our meaning?
Perfect. A document which incorporates all means of mitigation in addition to those already considered within the application in order to avoid, reduce, or eliminate adverse impacts in other areas related to the CWEX project.
Okay. Team, any objections to that? Jane, thank you. So my suggestion, I'm just going to, from what I've been hearing, we've got two basic parts. We've got a bit of language on the first request that zoning codes made that we have some language on now that we would add. On requests 2 and 3, our discussion led us to a place saying the language absent that specific definition from zoning codes, our language is actually better than trying to guess that. So we would adopt suggestion 1, that language, do not adopt suggestions 2 and 3, and instead as a separate request recommendation back to county that they provide that definition inside code that we and other bodies of regulations would point to. Anybody else?
Or that, excuse me, they present that to the Board of County Commissioners to see if they simply want to include that definition.
I'd love that, yeah. Yeah, certainly not restricting how they do it.
Okay.
Or when they do it. I would hope that they would. I'm with Chelsea. I would love to have that buttoned up as much as possible. I just think the how that language is incorporated becomes really important when you think about all the other things that it might apply to. think that's a great idea. I hope they do. So,
I have a question.
yeah,
I think along the lines, I think that things can happen between now and the Board of County Commissioners. I understand that. And I think my only concern is that without anyone with a county here, did we change their intent? Because their request is add a definition and requirement for a mitigation plan. And so I'm trying to wrap around my head, are they looking for one document that's a mitigation plan that is pulling together all of the different bits of mitigation for all the parts listed in the regulations, and now there's one plan that kind of walks through what the mitigation is going to be in order to be able to enforce that, right? So they've got this mitigation plan, and they can easily walk through that document to see whether or not that's actually happening.
Yeah.
So I just don't know what their purpose was. One, if it was just to pull those things together. Two, if it was to add a requirement of some sort. And so I would just hope that that would be clarified if we have somehow misinterpreted what they were wanting to see with this particular clause, that gets ironed out between now and the final vote.
and I would say that if they watch this tape, they say, well, no, you missed it. This is really what we want. Take it to county commission. Say, this is how we want you to change it, and let them do it.
And it's my understanding they have the ability to do that.
Oh, yeah. Okay, got that piece done. There may be more, but what I know of, I know, Chelsea, you had a couple of other items that you wanted to talk about, and we have setbacks to talk about. I don't know why I keep looking at you when I talk about setbacks. But
I know why you are.
I know why.
I think that we can probably go ahead and talk about setbacks.
All right.
I mean, I don't.
The ad hoc group got to a point in our discussions where we came down to a couple of different values on setbacks. We weren't unanimous in that. And we thought it was best that, first of all, none of us are making decisions. All we're doing is making recommendations. But rather than we couldn't come back with a specific recommendation, so we wanted to bring the topic to the full commission. I don't want to oversimplify it, but I can say that there were two basic values that were there. One value was in 2016 code that said 1,500 foot from a residence. We made a decision that we wanted to move setback values from an occupied structure to a property line. There's reasons for that we can talk about. We mentioned it last meeting. We can talk about it again if you'd like. I think it's important. I think it's an important differentiator also when you think about those different values. But 1,500 foot was in the original draft. We've had a lot of feedback, and there's some feeling from the ad hoc that number should be different. So rather than try to make that case, Charlie, Mike, I know that you guys had both indicated a specific desire to talk about a different number, so let's turn that over to you if you would.
A little history, perhaps. Sarah Polinsky came to us at the first ad hoc, or almost the first ad hoc meeting, and said, you need to write regulations that don't intentionally or casually ban wind turbines in Douglas County. And you can make these regulations, I would expect these regulations to be rigorous. So that was our charge. Would you three agree with that?
It's certainly been our theme as we've worked, yeah.
Okay. So we have, that was our charge to do that, and then every regulation in Douglas County, and I'm somewhat paraphrasing it, the purpose of every regulation in Douglas County must be to promote and protect the health, safety, and general welfare of Douglas County residents. So those are the two things that I certainly looked at. As far as I could tell, and I won't be too long-winded, I hope, but as far as I could tell, there were basically 3 things that would prohibit, make it so no company would want to come in here. We could make the noise at the property line so minimal that no wind turbine company could meet that definition. You can only be 20 decibels at the property line. So we really struggled with that. That was one of them. We could make the height of the turbines so short that it would be not feasible for a company to come in here. Your turbines can only be 100 feet tall. Boom. The big one from day one was also, we could make the setbacks so large that it would be impossible in Douglas County, since we are and everybody's heard this a dozen times, or maybe we should say it together. We are the 5th smallest and the 5th most populated county in Kansas. Out of 105 counties, that's who we are. So that is really what we were faced with. It wasn't that we could, as I understood it, our charge from Sarah Polinsky was not to make regulations that we knew wind companies could not meet. It was to make them that were that we could back up the reasons for all of these things. And we struggled mightily with coming up with these. I would say most of the input, all of the surveyed data that we got from citizens in Douglas County wanted a half a mile or way more. 19 people said at least a half a mile. 15 people said 1 mile in the only survey that we've actually done. The people spoke. Now, I know there have been private surveys done that show huge setbacks as well. And as I have been admonished by several people, this isn't a vote. This isn't a vote. The people just don't get to vote on what the setbacks are. We have to have some reason for it. We have, and I'll go into a little bit of it, we have data from here in Kansas where we know from Marshall County, turbine blew up for whatever reason, fragments were thrown at least 2,100 feet. At least. That's all the further they could measure. We know that there has been ice throw from blades in areas over 1,700 feet. Those 2 things alone, I think, are enough reason to say we would be putting the health, safety, and general welfare of Douglas County citizens at risk if we chose 1,500 feet. I can think of no reasonable, logical explanation that we would want regulations that we know put our citizens at risk. And 1,500 feet absolutely does that. So if there were no other reasons than just those two things, 1,500 feet is way out of line. 2,500 feet gives us a very small margin of error when we know what has happened with the blades. So I can go into many other things for a setback, and there are other issues, including whether you want to call it sound or noise and how that is measured. If we want to go into any of those, I'm certainly willing to do it. But just a prima facie case says we've got to have at least a 2,500 foot setback.
Thanks, Charlie. Other thoughts?
One, I 100% agree with Charlie on everything he said. And I'll try not to repeat what he said because we've been here for 3.5 hours already. But when we talk about what happened in Marshall County, and I know when we had industry experts talk to us about that, when we specifically asked about that event, we didn't really get an industry expert. We got a lawyer that talked to us because there was still litigation involved in that event, which that was that
I wasn't a part of the
right. That was so we asked for industry experts to join us in a meeting to talk about things such as that, such as setbacks and other extraordinary events. And it was open to all industry, not specifically to Nextera or to anybody. Nextera happened to be the only company that joined us on that call. And we got to the point where we asked about Marshall County and what happened, and that was where the blade had a catastrophic failure, however it happened, and was reported to us by multiple sources that pieces, whether 3 inches long, size of a fingernail, size of a thumbnail, 18 inches long, parts of that blade went up to 2,100 feet into a non-participant landowner next to a participant landowner into his or her hayfield. As a owner of livestock myself, I certainly wouldn't want components like that flying into my hay because, one, you're never, no matter what kind of mitigation process is thrown at that point to get those pieces out of there, you're not going to get them all. And we even heard somebody say, "Oh, it doesn't matter. Cattle, they'll just eat it or they'll ignore it." And I called them out on that, and they disagreed with me. And then if you had horses are even more like, if you look at them wrong, they might die because that's just the way horses are. I'm sorry, that was my editorial comment there.
My wife is listening to this, I'm sure.
And so ultimately we got through that discussion, and I said, so what would be the process of a company, the operator, and say a non-participant landowner for mitigation of that routine? They said, well, we'd try and work with them and come up with a plan, and if that didn't work, ultimately we'd just litigate it. And to me, that one struck me wrong because, like, oh, we'll just litigate it. That's the way I took it. I'm not talking to you, okay? Sorry for that, Gary.
Oh, that's fine, please.
And so that bothered me. That bothered me a lot. And then I know one thing that, and correct me if I'm wrong, and this is to the four of us on the committee, when we talked about distances from a turbine, we were always talking about distances from the pole itself. It hadn't even dawned on me, and I'm going to guess any of us, until these last rounds of letters, these last 3 months, that if you're saying 1,500 feet from a tower, and we're talking property line here, that property line is actually more like 1,200 to 1,250 feet from the tip of that blade when that blade's spinning, depending on the orientation of the wind and where their land is. And if it's spinning the right way, and we're worried about ice throw, so now you're looking at ice throw from 1,200 to 1,250 feet as opposed to 1,500. So again, as Charlie said, at 2,500, it does give us a little room for error, because now if we're at 2,500 from a property line, and you're talking about the tip of the blade, and let's say it's 250-foot blade, you're now down to 2,250, and we're butting up against that margin of error, and all those things. It's like they've been a constant source of battle in my mind over the last not just 3 months, but 9 months. And as I was driving frantically to Oklahoma City a week and a half ago to try and catch a plane, to get on a cruise, to get away from the cold weather, as I'm driving down towards Emporia and then get on the turnpike and drive towards Wichita, obviously I saw turbines. And I'm sitting there, and it hadn't really dawned on me because I didn't have a chance to go down to Waverly with you guys. But as I'm looking at all those turbines there, I was looking for houses. They aren't really there. Like those ones in that less populated part of Kansas, setbacks maybe aren't as important because it's less densely populated than Douglas County. And again, making me think about stuff like that. I know another part of the regs, we've got the setbacks from roads at 110%, which if they're the potential, however small it is, for ice throw up to 1,700 feet, at 110%, you're only now at if our maximum height is 600, we're at 660 feet from a road, and we can throw almost 3 times that far. Obviously, the likelihood of ice throw at the moment of a vehicle happening to be driving there, it's slim, but there have been cases in the U.S. of school buses getting hit and having sides ripped open, or semis having their trailers getting ripped open. Again, slim and none. I'd like it to be none. As Charlie said, our charter is to protect the citizens of Douglas County. And we heard in lots of the emails that we've received, it's like, oh, you're basing everything off of industry standards, and those industry standards come from the industry. I don't think we should be crafting, and I don't think we are, regulations based on industry standards. We have Douglas County standards, and those Douglas County standards are to protect our citizens in their health and the things they value, and everything that Charlie has mentioned. And as we talk about setbacks, I know there was a big discussion whether we use property lines, occupied structures. If we don't use property lines, we have the potential that we've now limited non-participating landowners on the future use of their land, and we shouldn't do that. And we saw in some emails that said, well, if you make the setbacks so big, and I think the example was by so big was 1,500, we can only put one turbine in the middle of a section, a square mile. And I say that's only true if you haven't, a company, haven't signed up additional people around there. You want to put up more turbines, sign up more people. It comes down to that. And however that process is, that's not on us. I'll stop right there.
Thanks, Mike.
Yeah.
Other comments, questions? Yes.
I mean, I also served with the three of you on the ad hoc committee, so just a few different thoughts. I don't want to defend the wind energy industry, but I think we've had 30 years of wind in Kansas, and I think we've had 40,000 turbines. And I know we're a land use body, and we should talk about land use specifically, but I do want to put everything in context. Yes, we should not minimize what happened in Marshall County. We did hear of cases where there was ice throw, but if it was a significant problem with 40,000 turbines and 30 years of history in Kansas, I think this would be in the newspaper every day or fairly often, and we don't see that. During our meetings that we had, we met with lots of residents. A lot of them were opposed to it, to the setbacks. They wanted longer setbacks. They had genuine concerns about things that we listened to. And in my opinion, we genuinely listened. And when I came into this process, I was for shorter setbacks. Because I, as a landowner, if I wanted to have a wind turbine, to Mike's point, I can't because I don't have enough land if my neighbors don't want to participate. So we listened to the concerns, we set the setbacks in a way that would protect non-participating landowners, but we also spoke to landowners that want to participate. And that's a voice we haven't heard today. We were in a room of 15 people that were interested in wind energy. They want to use their land for a specific reason, and that voice is not represented except for me saying it now. So I want to say that we heard from all kinds of voices. So anyway,
Yeah.
I still think we should be boring and talk specifically about land use and not have to defend an industry or something like that. But I don't think it's fair to just pick on isolated things and not look at the history.
Yeah.
So anyway.
Thank you, Prashant.
Yeah.
Maybe as the final member of the ad hoc, I'll go, unless somebody else wants to ask some questions or jump in, please interrupt. In no way, shape, or form have as I've gone through any of this work, setbacks included, asked myself, is this what industry wants? I think if we went through that lens, we would have a very different set of regulations that are out here before us today. Set that aside. There are a number of things that we want to do to protect the residents of Douglas County. Health and safety, for sure. I wouldn't want to do something that was consciously or casually causing someone risk or harm. We took steps to look at each and every one of those possible impacts and risks to people in Douglas County. And you can solve many of them through distance. You can easily do that. You can make it a long, long ways away, and all of those things are solved. We took a different approach. We solved on sound. We solved on shadow. In my opinion, I'll talk a little bit more. We solved on throw and debris. Did we create an environment where nothing can ever happen? No. I don't know if that's even, I don't know if that's possible. But what we did do, as we looked at it, as we said, okay, and we'll take the Marshall County example, it could not have been better timing to have a real live set of something going on right near us where we could get actual information. And I actually talked to the farmer who was farming that ground 2,100 feet away. And yes, there were small fragments of fiberglass blown that far, and I would be amazed if it hadn't gone farther. I have to believe that it did. The question, though, for me, wasn't how do we protect that hayfield 2,100 feet away? It was, what are we going to do unique to the size and materials and things that are involved in wind turbines, not if, but when it happens. And unlike any other disaster where a house or a barn or something else is hit by lightning or hit by a storm and it throws debris up into an 80-mile-an-hour wind, where there's no mitigation, there's no plan, there's no relief for a neighbor in their hayfield, we've built in some very rigorous mitigation requirements. Unlike anything else that happens, that's built in if it happens in this particular case. What it doesn't, the statistic I saw, and I'm not sure it's true, but the statistic I saw was like 1 in 10,000 might fail. There's 40,000 in Kansas, so maybe 4 in any given period of time. I don't know I'm planning on it happening. I'm planning on something catching fire. I'm planning on some disaster happening because we have to think about what we do to manage for health and safety. I know that there have been, and I've had one conference that relates to ice throw. I heard one anecdotal comment that I happen to believe, where someone personally saw ice throw. They hadn't measured it. They were estimating, and it was a number that was in excess of what our road setback is. So I take that seriously and spend time trying to understand what the technologies are and how the industry manages against that. I'm not saying that it will never happen, because it might, but we've got the requirements in what technology is deployed, and we have mitigation for if something should happen. I think I talked about sand, we talked about flicker. So we've done those things to try to manage those possibilities. So when I think about 1,500 feet in a setback versus 2,500 feet in a setback, there's a couple of things that are part of this. One is a decision that we've made to make this measurement from a property line, as opposed to almost everywhere you look at regulations. And one of the documents that was passed around was some actual research done showing setbacks from all around the world. And in almost every case, not all 100%, but almost every case, it's measured from a structure where people are, where humans are. And when you think about a number larger than 1,500 feet, and you apply that difference, that structure difference versus the property line difference, it makes a little bit more sense that it might be farther. But what we've done with property line is we've said, we're going to set it here, not for a safety concern, but for the purpose of protecting that landowner's future land use rights. That's unusual. And if we've had feedback from industry and others that says it's absolutely prohibitive. I'm not concerned about that, because I can absolutely defend a person's future land use right. I can absolutely defend that. I have no qualms about doing that. So I think that makes sense. And I also know that the instance of an occupied structure being right on that property line might exist, but there will be a large number of those who are not. And that is also something that adds to that the protections, if you will, of people who maybe live on the other side of property from that. Not everyone. And certainly doesn't change anything for that 5-acre resident, right? But by and large, that's a significant difference. The measures that we have are the property lines. I mean, all these things we've done are property lines. So why 1,500 foot instead of 2,500 foot? Given that we've provided all of those structures around it, what I worry about is the footprint difference that will be required. To Prashant's example, or Charlie, I think you mentioned it, Mike, I'm sorry, I'm not sure where it was. If it requires a section for one turbine, you're right. All they have to do is go get more leases around that, and they can put in more turbines. I don't know why we would want to encourage that. If we have solved for these other things, if we have solved for that, I personally believe that we have, why would we want to have a regulation that required an operator to encumber under lease 4 to 8 times the amount of land around a project under multi-generational leases in order to accomplish that? So that's the big thing that I have stuck in my head. I've worked so hard to make sure that we've managed all of these other problems, all these other potentials, they're not even problems, but potentials, into a great place, not just for Douglas County, but relative to what other counties have done. We are rigorous. Across the board, we're rigorous. One of the mechanisms that we've allowed, and it's also very different than I've seen in any other regulation, I think we're pretty smart with it, we differentiated between participating and non-participating landowners. We said with sound participating non-participating landowners will have these values at a property, this value at a property line, this value at a structure. For participating, no limit. No limit on setback other than the 110% for fall safety. So we've given the opportunity for industry to operate by shifting a regulatory footprint while still providing protections for those people who are not participating. So in my mind, as you can tell, there's a lot of thought that's gone into it. I didn't come to this casually. But the largest reason for me to say I think 2,500 foot is not right for Douglas County is that it forces a much larger regulatory footprint in order to build a project. I don't know if they can go get the signatures or not. That's not my department. I just know that will be the outcome if we put it there. So I sleep well. I can look in the mirror and say, the 1,500 feet, I know that we've mitigated risk. I believe so. I believe we have. And that's why I'm supporting that number. So. Yeah, Pedro.
Yeah, I would like to make a comment. Sorry if I lose my voice at any point. I would like to comments on the what my Commissioner Mike and Charlie mentioned, and what Charlie said at the beginning is, we faced two options. One is we have to make regulations that will support or it won't ban companies to come in and build wind turbines. But at the same time, these regulations have to protect lives of the Douglas County citizens. In my point of view, the preservation of human life comes first. Doesn't matter what any piece of paper says or what any politician comes in and say that you have to squeeze something in order to make it happen. If we have actual data, because I'm a practical person, if we have actual data that says wind turbines blades can throw objects up to 2,100 feet, I don't need anything else. It's already telling me that any human life at 2,100 feet from the blade is impossible danger. It can happen. Yes, we have 40,000 plus turbines west of Kansas. And with, no disrespect, but maybe we don't hear this in the news because they're not dense populated. Maybe 30,000 of those has no houses around it. Probably at 3,000, 4,000, or 5,000 feet. We never hear the blades or the eyes or pieces of it in the news just because there are no houses around it. There's no roads. Maybe that's the reason. And those are the data that I absorb. So if you're telling me that 1,500 or 1,600 feet is safe, and then I have to take into account that maybe there's a house on the edge of the land, and that house is at risk, and if you're asking me to vote and to say I'm okay with it, no, I'm not okay with it. Obviously not. If there will be a blade rotating at 700 feet from you or 1,500 feet from you, no, I'm not okay with that. I'm just going to vote no. Because there's data saying that there's a possibility that 2,100 feet you'll be at risk. And in my book, human life comes first. And then wind energy comes second.
To clarify, the 2,100 foot was small pieces of debris that were blown, and the other concern was ice throw that was known at 1,700 feet, just so you know.
Yeah, I understand.
That feeds into what those numbers might be.
Yeah, but regardless.
Regardless what?
The data is the data. If you're telling me that throw object at 2,100 feet, that's all I need to know.
If it's a postage stamp sized piece of fiberglass, is that a health risk to a human?
I don't know. Actually, imagine a 3-year-old girl playing in the backyard at the edge of a land
Okay.
and hits the eye. I don't know. That's all I'm taking into account.
Okay.
Or a baby, 6-month-old baby, in his mother's arm. A piece that big, I don't know what speed can be traveling to. It can do a lot of harm. That's the only thing I'm taking into account. So, in my personal opinion, if 2,500 feet from the tip of the blade sounds like a reasonable distance, then I'll be okay with that. And that's all I have to say.
Thanks. Any other thoughts?
I had a question.
Yeah.
Very big packet, lots of stuff. I could not find it, but I heard reference to it, and I know staff has provided it at some point. Sorry. I'm interested in the manufacturer manuals and the specifics of the distance, what the people, I mean, this isn't determinative for me, but the manufacturers of these turbines, it's my understanding that they have suggestions for safety and like 1,700 feet or something. And I was wondering if the ad hoc or staff could point me to that information, and if you had conversations about that. I couldn't find it in time to prepare tonight, but and I've heard it's more than 1,500, and so I just wanted to know what that number was, because I think, I mean, I am that person who reads the TV instructions and it says, like, put it 20 feet away from you, and I literally do that. So to me, if the manufacturer is saying, we're building this and this could be dangerous within a certain, they're doing it for a reason, right? They don't want legal liability. So I'm interested in what they have said. And it's my understanding that whether it's in the public record or not, but the staff has provided information about that, and I'd be curious to know what that was and how that weighed in on your decisions.
Are you asking me, or are you?
Anyone on the ad hoc committee.
I don't know that we talked specific manufacturers, because it was kind of our opinion of writing the regulations for the limitations, but not specifying how, and not getting into the individual, say, manufacturers. Oh, it's got to be a GE or Rolls-Royce or whatever it is.
But I mean, just a general average, right, of like generally that manufacturers are saying that a setback, or that people shouldn't, the safety area around their turbines, right? Didn't no one look at that?
I believe you are speaking to, I'm looking for the exact manufacturer spec sheets. We did gather those. That was initially shown to you in the mid-month meeting back in December of 2022.
Okay.
Whenever staff had initially drafted draft 1 and then gone through, that was sort of how we found the recommendation on 600 feet for that permitted total height, was in looking at what's really out there. As far as the safety zone, I am generally familiar with a discussion of like a hard hat zone, where there's been talk of there being an industry specification on like where their folks will put a hard hat on whenever you're in proximity, I can't recall that number offhand, but let me see if I can't find in our notes what that was. I don't believe that was of discussion with the ad hoc committee in the drafting of draft 2, but whenever we visited wind turbine farm, I think they spoke of that a little bit for the folks who were also at that farm meeting. Farm visit.
And Cece, could you just speak to how we compare to other counties? Like, there's lots of counties in Kansas. Can you talk, that was sort of one of our bases for coming up with, can you just talk to that a little bit? Like how we
Setback
compare
specifically?
Yeah, exactly, yes.
So we did look at both the nearby counties of the counties that specifically touch Douglas County, of which, we're very close to the Kansas City Metro, so there are bans in effect, or there are spaces where maybe the setback makes sense, but the total height, like Charlie was saying, was 200 feet. Leavenworth, I think, one of the counties in the Kansas City Metro had a 200-foot total height permitted for commercial scale wind turbines, which we know are not actively in manufacturing. But so as far as comparing setbacks to the counties nearest us, it was sort of a hard comparison considering that metro. Looking at Kansas overall, there are quite a few counties in Kansas that have turbines in effect where we saw they didn't have county zoning. So then it meant that the setback was the manufacturer's setback for where they put things. They have their own safety recommendations. It is to the nearest, it's not even necessarily occupied structure, but principal residence generally. So it's, my memory recalling was, how far was that from your principal residence usually?
It's like it was in that 1.5 time, or 110%.
Yeah,
I
the
think it was
safety range
common.
that those counties that didn't have their own regulations, it was just the turbine manufacturers, was about 110% of the total height to the primary residence. Other counties that did have regulations also varied greatly.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, that there was a wide range all the way across the board, whether or not there were zoning regulations in effect for those counties, whether or not that project was completely negotiated between the county commission and the developer. It's incredibly wide-ranging.
So if I'm looking at my note sheet, Coffee County in our southwest that has existing wind farm, Coffee County has 1,000 feet from dwellings that can be waived by a property owner, or 110% height to roads, accessory structures, or non-participating lot lines. Franklin County, which is directly south of us and does not have a wind farm, it's 1.5 times the height to roads, 1,000 foot to residences, 1.5 times to non-participating lot lines. What I'm trying to express is that there generally isn't one setback to all things, similarly to how we've drafted in these regulations. There's a difference from roads that we've talked with the Public Works Director for Douglas County at length about. There's difference for property lines. So it's hard to just compare one set of numbers and say, this is the average and this is where we stand in that. I can continue to compare a bit of the other counties nearest us now that I have my note sheet up, but I don't know that that is the best use of your time.
When you were looking at the comparisons, were you also looking at the density of those? So just because Kansas is so varied, I'm from Western Kansas, so the population's very, very different. So I guess that would be kind of my thought is when you're doing the, I know that you're not comparing apples to oranges because there's so many different variations, but when we're comparing to what you guys came to, were you looking at other dense areas? I guess, or if we were to look at dense areas.
I looked at other states nearest us and what states had the closest density to that of Douglas County, and then looked at their regulations. I didn't compare Kansas specific with us, as the quote Charlie mentioned, fifth most populous, fifth smallest. It made it hard to compare in Kansas itself.
Okay, thank you.
Cherokee County, I believe just past 3,500 feet was their setback. I mean, I can tell you about Europe, and in Europe, my understanding from reading from the things we have been given, the population density in Europe is much more like Douglas County than other counties in Kansas. It is, the average is someplace from 1,000 to 1,200 meters is about the average setback. There are greater setbacks than that. I am reluctant to base whatever we do in Douglas County on somebody else. We need to do what is right for the citizens of Douglas County and the unique characteristics that we have in this county. And I don't think it is easy for Commissioner Rexroad to say, well, what if they're postage stamp size, or what if they're even smaller than that? The real question is, on my property, whether it is postage stamp size or it is, we know at least 18 inches, some of it was thrown over there. We have put we've put the participating property owner at risk as well, I might add. But we have put the non-participating property owners at risk and said, we're going to go at 1,500 feet. We're just going to take a minimum of 600 feet out of your property. And gosh, if we mess it up, The company that came to speak to us, it was Commissioner Rexroad that asked the young lady who is in charge there, could you tell us about the Marshall County? And as I recall, her response was, I'll have to get my lawyer to talk to you. Is that really what we want the Douglas County residents to deal with? And my answer is no. My answer is no. I think most of us probably have house insurance, car insurance, fire insurance. Do I actually believe my house is going to burn? Well, no, I don't. But I'm not willing to take that risk. That's what we're saying to the citizens of Douglas County. Hey, guys, take the risk. Take the risk. We're going to vote for you to take that risk. To me, that is unconscionable that we would do that. And I think it is, I will certainly, I am sure, after this meeting is over, hear from people that say, you sorry sack of dog crap, I wanted a mile. I told you a mile was all I wanted. And that's what most people want. I shouldn't say most people. Most people want over half a mile. And in good conscience, I cannot just say, I'm sorry, your 600 feet of property is, hey, if it happens, it's rare, so's a fire in your house. Most of us aren't going to go have a wreck tonight, but we have insurance. We, in my opinion, we owe this to the uniqueness of Douglas County and its citizens. And to do less than that, it's hard enough to say we're just going to cut it back to 2,500 feet when most people don't want it. but that, I think, certainly meets the standards that I was charged with. One of the people on the ad hoc committee said to me in the meeting, "We know what you want. We know what you want." And I said, "I don't think you have a clue what I want. I am on the ad hoc committee to represent Douglas County. If you just want Charlie Thomas to make the decision, well, I'll make whatever rules I want." That's not what any of us are charged with. My personal belief on what rules, regulations ought to be is not what I am acting on. And I don't think any of us should be able to say to Douglas County residents, "I'm sorry, no big deal. I'm going to set it less than I know it can happen. Bad things can happen." I am not going to argue against anybody else's plan. I'm not going to belittle somebody else's plan. I'm going to speak what I think is right for this plan.
Thanks, Charlie. There's others that haven't voiced in. Oh,
I need to use the restroom, so can I go, or do I?
sure, it's up to you. If you want to, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not done, so don't take a vote.
All right, okay. You got it, you got it, you got it.
Let's vote, she's gone.
Unlikely.
Why don't we take a break?
So, it's been a couple hours. All right, we'll recess, come back at 1:45. Is that fair? All right. haven't heard from on this topic tonight. Jane, I'm looking at you online. If you'd like to share, not trying to put you on the spot, but if you'd like to, I see you're off mute.
I am off mute. I would like to share. I want to say thank you to the ad hoc committee, to the staff, and to all the incredibly hard work that you have put into this. I feel so privileged to be able to be a member of the Planning Commission now, but I'm sorry that I haven't had the experience that many of you have had for the last couple of years dealing with this. But I come at this from a little bit different perspective. We spent a long time developing Plan 2040, and it is the expression of the vision we share for our community, both our city and our unincorporated areas. And the implementation of that Plan 2040 is in our zoning regulations, including really the conditional use permit regulations. And I think that it's important to look at how the changes to the CUP regulations would implement 2040. And in my view, we have lost sight, perhaps, of some of the provisions of 2040, that it is a vision for a comprehensive community, a reality, setting the foundation for the vision of our plan, and setting the vision for how we want to grow and continue to be flexible. We say that one of the things we want to do is to strengthen the environmental protection. Another thing that we want to do is preserve our rural character of Douglas County, that we want to do the best we can for our farmland and want to protect that as best we can. That we are a very dense residential community. And I think that means that as we look to the future and look to what is yet to be referred to as sustainable energy sources, we have an obligation to figure out how we're going to participate in new kinds of energy and how we're going to do our share of providing new kinds of energy. Perhaps that means what we really need to be doing is looking at that question within the context of our comprehensive plan. Because it does seem as if perhaps we're not able to provide the kind of protections for our unincorporated areas that I think the comprehensive plan asks us to do. And within that context, then, I think that we have to look at the density that we have. We have to be responsible about providing large enough setbacks. And I think that the change of the description of the structures from dwellings to occupied structures is a very important one. I'm supportive of the 2,500-foot setback from the property lines. I am not entirely clear as to what the setbacks are recommended for streets, for cemeteries, and for churches. And I wish I had a clearer sense of that myself. I just don't seem to have that, but I hope someone will set that out. It doesn't sound as if it is controversial.
Just quickly on those 2 points, Jane. The setback from a road not involved with a property line is at 110% of the tower height. And the current regulations do not have a unique setback number for cemeteries or churches. They're rolled up into the same, right now, we can discuss that. They're rolled up into the same property line setback, whatever number we determine.
But that is one of the things on the agenda.
That's what I meant, yeah.
Okay.
We got to discuss that.
Yeah.
places of worship is included within the occupied structure definition.
Right, yeah. And cemeteries would roll up into boundary lines, property lines.
I noticed that there are at least a couple of places in draft 2 where we still refer to dwellings, but it's my understanding that we have intended to replace all of that by occupied structures, including occupied by people or animals. Is that correct?
Yes.
We went through this in our last meeting, changes that there was a different use for those words. We found that they'd be appropriate, and any place that needed to be cleaned up, that has been done.
Okay, I noticed on page 13, for instance, we've still got dwelling in there. But I assume we'll continue to clean up those kinds of things. So I support the 2,500 foot setback from a property line, because I think in our much denser rural areas, it's important to provide as much space as we can. I was reminded by one of the comments that I had read that for the smaller property owner, the 5-10 acre property owner, it's absolutely imperative that they have that much setback, because otherwise they're simply surrounded. So thank you for the opportunity to make my comments.
Thanks, Jane. Anyone else who hasn't had a chance to weigh in on this that'd like to?
Oh, I'll go first. When you said that wants to, that's the part that I'm struggling with. It's really, I'm really conflicted with this. I respect the perspectives of all the neighbors who have spoken, who spent hours testifying back in October. Like several other people here, I try to look at the data. And one of the things I find really frustrating about the situation all of us are in is that the number of wind turbines in commercial operation around the world, has got to be in the millions, right? And yet every municipality that deals with this feels like they're out on their own. Like we're making this as if we truly were unique, and with respect, I don't think we're unique. We're unusual. We're a relatively dense county with relatively extreme weather, right? But we're not the only municipality that's dealt with this. And I do look a lot at the research from around the world. The setbacks that I see from the research are not thousands of meters, but 500 to 1,000 meter setbacks. We're talking 1,500 to 3,000 feet. I look at areas with the more extreme weather among those, say Canada, Sweden, where you might expect hazards like ice throw. And it's still in the 500 to 1,000 meter range. And so these are countries with established wind power industries in relatively dense areas. I don't want to bicker around the specific setback that I find I'm comfortable with, because in my mind, it's not black and white. There's a probability curve, right? It's all stochastic. It's all risk versus return. And I don't think it's reasonable to say we have to set set the setback where there's zero probability of something bad happening, because that's impossible. So I'm not going to quote a specific number, but I just want to say that it's a difficult decision, and I will probably vote for whatever the consensus is that the commission comes up with. And I think that's all I have to say right now.
All right, thank you, David. Sharon, did you want to go?
Yeah, just riff a little bit off of what David was saying in that sense of that, yeah, we're really not that unique. I mean, we have a lovely county. Many people have lovely counties, and they enjoy their view sheds. They enjoy the bucolic nature of their counties. There are many, many places all over the world that are dealing with the wind energy issue, denser places than we have. And initially, when I looked at the studies or the surveys from other countries, I saw that the setbacks were 1,500 to 3,000 feet. And I was thinking, that's a little tight. A 1,500 feet setback was a little tight. So I appreciated when the ad hoc committee came back and said instead of 1,500 feet from an occupied residence, it would be 1,500 feet from the property line. And I thought that was a unique way to deal with that situation because it does include other uses on that property. So that made me feel a little bit more comfortable with that. We are compared to Kansas counties. Most Kansas counties have less than 1,500 feet. But then again, I go back to the other more crowded areas around the world that had that kind of setback. And thinking of data, I'm going to fly around here a little bit. Marshall County is one instance. It's one data point. I mean, one data point is not data. And I looked into some research, and as scary as that might seem to people, when you look at the hundreds of thousands of wind turbines that we have across the world, and you just don't see this happening. It's not reported. Dense areas, slightly populated areas. And I don't want to be backed into a corner with saying I'm some sort of, it's incomprehensible. I'm some incomprehensible monster for saying I'm going to take that risk with somebody else. Because I don't think that's true. There's no way to say that to take a probability of something going wrong to zero. And I don't want to feel backed into that kind of corner and feel like I'm putting people's lives at risk. I don't think that's fair. So when I think about trying to come up with an answer, a recommendation, I have to look at what the ad hoc committee spent a lot of time dealing with and thinking about. And I feel that the 1,500 feet from that property line takes into account the big things that are the problem with the wind turbines: noise and shadow flicker. We cover that, noise and shadow flicker. And as I understand it, if 1,500 feet from the property line does not meet the criteria for noise and shadow flicker, then it has to be moved back. 1,500 feet is not the be-all, end-all. If a turbine is 1,500 feet from a property line and it's still over the noise limit set by the ad hoc, recommended by the ad hoc committee, then that gets moved back. I mean, because those are the critical things, the shadow flicker and the noise. So it gets moved back if it doesn't meet that. The other thing to think about the view shed and the rural nature of our county, yeah, there's nothing to be done about that. That will change the view shed in the county, absolutely, for everybody out there. So when I think about that and I hold that thought in my mind, I'm also holding my mind, though, the people in Kansas and in other places who have lost their property, lost their livelihood, and lost their lives to drought and wildfire and severe storms. And I also hold that in my mind when I think about this, because in my mind that's related. And that's part of our responsibility in terms of where we have put ourselves as a society in terms of climate change. Not a land use issue, but I think it's related. And so that's what I'm holding in my mind also. are those people who are affected by those issues when I think about this. And, you know, if 1,500 feet from the property line doesn't allow wind turbines in Douglas County, I'm okay with that. That does mean that our county is too crowded. I can sleep with that. But I can't find a good enough rationale to go to 2,500 feet. There's not enough there for me to actually make it out to 200 feet. I can see 1,500 feet from a property line, and that takes care of most of the issues. It doesn't handle the view shed. 2,500 feet isn't going to handle the view shed. It just isn't. And that's something that is really hard to think about. It's really hard to think about. But that's where I stand.
Thanks, Sharon. Chelsea, did you want to weigh in on setbacks?
Yeah, I guess. I'm really struggling with this because I think where we're at seems too small, but where we want to go might seem too large. And so if I had to go, I would go with the 2,500 because I am concerned about the fire. I mean, what stuck with me during the public comment when it came to setbacks was that the fire department can't be within 1,700 feet, can't be within 1,700 feet. So that to me is just the number that stuck in my head is like, it's too dangerous then. I mean, if it's too dangerous for people with equipment who are trained to come to respond, then it's too close to the neighboring house or neighboring fields, which out in the county where we live, fire is not, I mean, fire's not good anywhere, but we get grass fires and they can just go. And so I think that's one of my bigger concerns is the 1,700. Other things seem more reasonable to me than where we're at, but I'm not saying that I feel like it has to be 25. So I'm torn on this, and if it came down to between the two, I would be for the larger setback, and that is for the reasons that Jane mentioned. So for me, I have a issue with part of our process in creating these regulations. I think the proper process for dealing with these is not these regulations. I agree that we are in a spot that is, as a society as a whole, right? We've got a lot of different value sets that we have to evaluate, a lot of emergencies kind of that we need to get on, and that's what the comprehensive plan is for. The comprehensive plan is for the community of Douglas County, not the whole state or what's going on out in other places that are also battling or being affected by decisions that, you know, wind energy may be able to help. But in Douglas County, we're supposed to feather that all out. What do we want to do? What do we as a community want to do about this in a comprehensive plan? And a comprehensive plan provides for a yearly review and an amendment process. And so I think that would be the way to go about figuring out how we balance these issues that we're talking about. And so as I read the comp plan and the values that have been set out for what these regulations should execute, I mean, I do see stuff about, sustainability and creating incentives to reduce barriers to improve opportunities for, renewable energy, but that's in the sections talking about the urban environment. And the only place that I see a discussion of a large-scale energy is in where it talks about supporting state legislation regarding that. And so when we're balancing all of these things, I have to look to what has the community had an opportunity to say is its vision, and there's nothing in there about these large-scale industrial or any energy projects, but there are the other value sets that we are trying to strike the balance between. And the comprehensive plan even provides for that that the comprehensive plan shall provide recommendations for the general location, extent, and relationship of major utility facilities, both public and private. And to me, the comprehensive plan hasn't done that for these kind of facilities. And so if we have to make these values and these judgments, then for me, they have to balance in favor of supporting the value set that's been set out by the community in Plan 2040 at the moment. And so if it's between these two, I would have to support the larger setback to make sure that the health and the safety of the residents and the values that I see set out in the comprehensive plan conform with the regulations that we're talking about adopting.
Thank you. I have a thought to share, but I wanted to ask a question first of Pedro, Charlie, and Mike, and I name you guys specifically because you've each expressed concerns about safety and particularly around thrown debris. Help me understand how to differentiate in the same storm fiberglass being blown from a wind turbine and fiberglass being blown from a house or barn. How do we say one is matter of course, it happens, and we don't have anything to protect us from that, but the other is cause for a change in or regulations to prevent it.
You can't regulate a tornado.
What's that?
You can't regulate a tornado.
No, absolutely. What I'm saying is how do we not arbitrarily differentiate between those two things? We allow it here, but we're saying we can't allow it here because of public health and safety. But we don't even think about it here. It's just a part of being in Kansas. I'm not trying to debate it. I'm really wanting to understand.
Like we allow it here, but we don't allow it here. What are those two situations? You're talking about a tornado and a...
So the same storm that sends debris from a tower, but also sends debris from a house or a barn. I'm just trying to, legitimate question, I'm trying to get my head around it. How can we differentiate, or how do you differentiate between those two things? That one is okay in that we're not addressing that, and the other one is something we absolutely have to prohibit, protect against. That may not be a fair question, kind of put you on the spot.
It doesn't put me on the spot. What is it that you need to figure out?
To say that, this is what's going on in my head. I'm trying to get my head around all this, and I've got a thought to share, but I'm trying to think about, okay, we have storms in Kansas all the time. Mike, you in particular know this because your family was at a structure hit by a tornado, it scattered debris for miles. It happens. It's a part of living in Kansas. Fiberglass and worse things went into hayfields and into people's properties and around families, and it's a part of living in Kansas. We don't, as a county, regulate that in any different way. It seems arbitrary to me that we would put a different kind of condition on a wind turbine that is subject to that very same kind of environment. We have, in this case, taken measures to do something very different on, if it does happen, how we're going to protect people. But how can we justify one without, when the other exists?
I guess I'm dumbfounded that is even a question, that you would even think somehow to compare debris thrown from somebody's house onto somebody
Storm
else's
damage, yeah.
property is the same as a wind turbine throwing debris onto somebody's property.
That's different.
I'm not even sure what to say, Gary.
Well, I don't see a difference either.
They are absolutely different.
Okay.
We regulate where houses can be, if you're asking that kind of question.
We don't have setback values from property lines.
For houses, we certainly do.
Well, not 2,000 foot from the nearest property line.
Yeah, but the house is not as tall as a wind turbine.
What's that?
The house is not as tall as a wind turbine.
True,
So,
but debris can be thrown as far.
I'm trying to grab my head around that comparison,
Yeah.
and they're two very different things.
Yeah.
You have a blade spinning, and if you lose control, so, when the wind blows and there's a storm or whatever, or high winds, that blade, the only thing stopping that blade for going uncontrollably out of speed is a brake, right? If that brake stops working, then that blade just going to keep spinning at a who knows what speed. And if one of those things just flies away, or there's ice on it, and if it throws ice away, it's going to throw that ice much further away than the ice that is on top of the roof.
Okay, I understand the possibility of that. There's not any data to support. The data that we have is inside of this 2,100-foot number that's been thrown out, right? And there's only one data point on that, but.
So we know.
So I'm just trying to, if there's, in my mind, those things are very similar to each other. And it's arbitrary, in my mind, to assign a different restrictive value on wind turbines than we would on any other structure that we build in Douglas County.
How many, go ahead.
Based on that, why would we even have to say 1,500?
So, because
That's a great question.
Well, because we do know that there are other things that we mitigate with that. As it relates to debris throw, I would agree with you.
But we also don't know that debris throw happens from only storms, too. It can happen simply from catastrophic failure.
Yeah.
It could. As it relates to debris, and that's a possibility. I don't think we have any examples of that, but it's a possibility.
Well, do we know specifically? Has anybody told us
That
it was a lightning strike in Marshall County?
It was a failure in a storm, right? Was it lightning strike? I don't know. It was a failure in a storm. So I'm not trying to be argumentative in this, but seriously, I'm not trying to be argumentative in this. But I do want to get at whether we are being arbitrary in our approach to that. And it's caused me to think about a different approach to this as opposed to this value versus that value. And I just want a couple of folks have indicated an interest in maybe more precision in this. So I'm going to make this suggestion that we have a dual value in our setback. We have a 1,500-foot setback from a property line because it provides for future land rights, it provides for the accommodation to flicker and noise that we've understood, and that we assign a second value of 2,000 feet to an occupied structure. It takes us up to the limit of where we have heard anecdotally that there is debris throw possibility. I honestly think that if a storm's going, it's going to go all over the place, but that number seems to be consistent. So it's a dual value. It provides for, well, I've said it. I just wonder if that's a notion that resonates with people. To me, it seems less arbitrary.
You've limited with that 500 feet where that landowner could build in the future if they want to stay safe. If it's 1,500 feet at property line, 2,000, 2,500, whatever it is, at the occupied structure, well, what if they build another occupied structure and they want to go closer to their property line? Now you're under that value.
They have the ability to do that. That's their option to take, for sure. And the 1,500 foot provides some of that protection. Let's throw it out as an option for us to discuss. It's not an absolute of either one, and it might provide the protections that you've outlined are something that we should have as a priority. I don't disagree with that. Maybe disagree how we get at it, but I don't disagree that that's important. And it gives us the best of both. Any thoughts on that?
I think Plan 20, I will speak, I only spoke to two things essentially. But I think it has been mentioned, Plan 2040 specifically talks about protecting the character of the unincorporated area of Douglas County. It is mentioned, I don't have my Plan 2040 here, but several pages has it on each page about the character of Douglas County. Specifically talks about things being of comparable size to things that are already in the county. The tallest silo that can be built in rural Douglas County, I believe, is 75 feet. That's the standard.
This wouldn't be comparable to that.
No.
Yeah.
So I can switch from just the facts on fire, the facts on ice throw, the facts on turbines that have blown apart that we know about. We don't know what we don't know. We only know what we do know. Plan 2040 clearly was built from the outside of the county in to protect the rural character and its value and its place in Douglas County. To say that Douglas County is not different from other counties that have industrial wind turbine installations is simply not correct. Yes,
Sorry,
David.
no one said it wasn't different. No
But
one
it-
said it was not different. It
It-
said that we were not unique. So I think, again, you're drawing very black and white boundaries. And so, it is I think each of us as commissioners has to arrive at a point where we are comfortable with that boundary between yes and no. I mean, but on a couple of occasions, I think you have suggested that people were saying things they weren't saying. And I think so nobody was saying that Douglas County is no different from counties that have industrial wind facilities.
Perhaps my understanding of unique, we are unique in the density that we have, and that an industrial wind turbine company wants to come in. While the other counties, there is no other county in Kansas that has industrial wind turbines that has our uniqueness of the density. I would in no way, and I said it initially, I'm not going to attack what somebody else says, the plan. Each of us has to make up their own mind. Each of us has to decide where we are in this, and I don't need to put somebody else down. I can only say, here's why I think this plan is appropriate for Douglas County, and I hope that is all anybody has heard me say. And when I have said, I am not going to be able, it is unconscionable in my opinion for me to look at somebody. Everybody can make their own choice. I'm talking about me as a planning commissioner. And to see it as something other than that, I am disappointed in myself in that I have somehow conveyed something other that I'm speaking for myself based upon facts that we have been presented with. The Plan 2020 is a clear demonstration to me that character in the unincorporated areas of Douglas County is to be protected. That scale, things in, it says in Plan 2040, pardon me, things are to be built to human scale. Those are things that are our guiding principles. And if we can somehow say, oh, but I cannot do that. I am unable to make that compromise with what I think I am being confronted with hard data. So if I have conveyed to any of you that your positions are unacceptable, I am truly sorry for that. I am telling you what my position is and the reasons for it.
Appreciate that, Troy. Thank you. A couple of just points, and then I'd like to go back to see if we can have a discussion on that dual value idea. May not go anywhere, but see where we have a discussion. For me, as I think about density, that's come up quite a bit. And whether we are more dense, fifth most populated, fifth smallest, I get the math on that. To me, though, if our regulations are written with the idea of looking at each individual property line, each individual occupied structure, and we're thinking about that, then density introduces its own limitation. And if we have those values right for sound and flicker and future rights and those things, and we protected that, and they can't build because we're too dense, then so be it. But density in itself isn't a reason to, isn't a rationale to do something different in regs. We need to solve for those individuals, or I think we have. The last thing I'd say is there's some talk about Plan 2040 and protecting the rural character. Now, 2040 says a lot of things. 2040 talks about our responsibility to leverage all natural resources. Our 2040 speaks to the need to get at renewable energy. 2040 talks about a number of things that are supportive of these kind of projects. And I'm not going to try to talk anybody into what their interpretation of that should be, although I will say that there are people in Douglas County who think that doing things that are necessary to contribute to the fact that we're the fifth most dense population, which means we're a giant consumer of the very energy that we're talking about creating, the fact that we would take those things on is a part of our character. So I just want to offer that there's more to 2040 than just the view shed, which is not minimizing it, not saying it's not important, because it is. There's just more to it than that.
I think that's for sure, that there's more to it, but where it is specific, for me personally, where it is specific is important in this particular conversation, and where it sets out that it should provide general location for the exact type of thing, major utility facilities. To me, that needs to be then done through the plan, right? And we need more guidance from the plan for that. And I think when we look at it, when I read through it, the renewable energy, some sustainability, very general concepts that are put in there and throughout there, and that's fantastic. And I think for sure that is a value set we have. But when you look at the order, you look at where things are placed, how things are laid out, to me it is very clear that the rural character, agriculture, and some of the stuff that we're talking, the value sets that we're balancing here, some have been specifically discussed and others just haven't yet. And quite frankly, I'm not sure that they shouldn't be, right? Like I think I probably would be for including things like this in the plan, like 100% on my own personal, but it's not about myself personally, it's about the process to get there. And for me, if you don't use the process, if governmental entities don't use the process that's been put out, right, which here we have the comp plan, we have statutes that say it should be evaluated and looked at yearly. We have a process for that, and that then any regulation should flow from that. And I'm afraid when you start to get into the ambiguities of like, oh, well, maybe it could be read in there. If you don't go through the process that's been set out, that's when people begin to not feel like they were heard. People began to feel like they can no longer live with the result, right? So we have government, we have due process in order so that people just, whatever happens, you feel like it was a fair, you might not like what happened, but you feel like it was a fair result and society can live with it. And that's why we have these structures. And I just struggle with going around those structures to create, honestly, these regulations, but then if we're looking at the values within each of the regulations, I think I just have to balance towards what's been explicit versus what would be really great and wonderful, and we may come to as a conclusion if we were to go through the yearly process of, I mean, I've heard that other planning commissions have on their agenda every year the comp plan, and they review it and evaluate it and determine whether or not it needs to go up. And like, that seems to me like a great idea. And then as these things come about, because we have gotten ourselves in quite a spot, right? And we have a lot of values that we need to be balancing. And so there's an avenue for us to figure out how the community wants to represent itself and how the community wants to do that. And I just, I believe very strongly, if you can't tell, in process. And so I think that when I'm balancing these things, that just comes in very heavily in what I'm thinking.
Okay.
Well, can I ask where in this process, I mean, where has the process not been followed? I'm just thinking about the initial foray into wind energy started back in, 2013, when there was an initial project, and there was a whole process then, too, that ended up with the 2016 regulations that the Planning Commission went through, the public comment went through, the County Commission voted them through. We decided they were not adequate, somewhat based on what came later was Plan 2040, which also went through a huge public process. So I'm struggling to understand where have we missed
So I think
in this process.
So I can't speak to how or why, or I can't speak to the past regs, right? And how we have, and these are different because we have some regs on the books, right? And I'm not trying to say we have some regs on the book. How they got there, what process they went through, I don't know. But and I don't want to say that we should have done a plan amendment or that they were inconsistent with whatever plan was there at the time, because I don't know anything about that. But when I look at Plan 2040 and I look at the values that we're talking about balancing here, I see that to make the balance that I'm asking to be made to approve these, the proper channel would be to amend 2040 to be consistent, because these need to be consistent with it. So that's where I would come from. Maybe it just comes down to, I don't think these regulations are consistent with Plan 2040. But I feel like the amendment of the comprehensive plan, I'd rather have that come before having to look at this. Because there's specific things that if we were talking about these large-scale energy projects, these are specific things that are like thought to be like incorporate them in your comp plan, right? And they're not in our comp plan, and so that's kind of where I struggle.
So I can see where you'd certainly read Plan 2040 as because the bulk of what Plan 2040 talks about is the rural character of Douglas County as compared to the other things that we've talked about, whether it's the climate action plan, if it's sustainability, renewable energy. So the bulk, I can see where you can land on, I'm going to go with what's the bulk of 2040. Totally get that. Having to incorporate specifically types of projects, I don't know.
Well, it doesn't say types of projects. It just says so it's Kansas statute that says what ought to be in the comprehensive plans, and it just says the comp plan shall provide recommendations for the general location, extent, and relationship of the use of land for major utility facilities, both public and private. And our comp plan doesn't have anything about that, and that really sticks with me, right? Because when I'm looking at the governmental statutes and it says those are the kinds of things we're supposed to think about at the level of the comp plan, not at the level of these regulations if it hasn't already been discussed in the comp plan.
No, I get that. No, that makes much more sense. I was a little concerned about what the process. So if we were to revisit this, but I understand given what 2040, how 2040 reads now, I can see why you land where you land.
So I think we've drifted off setbacks a bit. I want to come back to that and see if we can get to a conclusion there, and then we can come back to any other topics that are there. I think we're getting pretty darn close. I put out does anyone want to entertain, discuss a dual value setback solution?
Well, I might just suggest two values have been discussed tonight. There was the 1,500 and there was the 2,500. And I don't know what the direct effects would be of the difference between 2,000 and 2,500, but I would suggest that we entertain, if we're going to have dual values, 2,500 feet from any occupied structure rather than 2,000.
1,500 property line, 2,500 occupied structure.
Yes.
All right.
And I don't know if that would bring any of the other commissioners along at all.
Well, let's test.
So 2,500 from an occupied structure and still maintain the 1,500 from a
Property line, yes, dual values.
And the justification for the 2,500 from the occupied structure would be?
The preferences that several commissioners have made, that value represents sufficient density to provide for safety and health. I don't want to speak for anybody else. That was my interpretation of that.
We run to speak to that, we run into the issue of, and I think Commissioner Kelso spoke to it, if an individual would like to sell 20 acres of their property for somebody to build on, it would fall within that setback, that it would be closer than 2,500 feet, and that really takes value away from that property owner. And we have,
I'll let you finish. I apologize, please. We have.
We have examples of at least one family that came and spoke to us at, I don't remember whether it was Greenbush or where, that expressed concerns about that very issue. Property, probably enough said. You know what I'm saying? It limits what a property owner can do unless the person who wants to buy that section of property says, oh, I don't care, I'll go against what the regulations are, I'll waive my rights to what you guys thought was right. And I think it just creates a multitude of other issues if we were to do that.
If I may. I think since you were talking about facts, we also have the Wichita State study, which suggests there's no demonstrable effect of wind turbine on land value. And also, from the standpoint of a deliberative body, I think we've got commissioners who feel like 2,500 as a blanket from property values is too much. Excuse me. And we've got commissioners who believe that 1,500 is too little. And so I think what Chair Rexroad is trying to do is get us to some place where we can reach a consensus. But if I understand correctly, you're suggesting that just anything less than 2,500 anywhere is just off the table.
Well, a couple of points, and then I'll answer that. The Wichita state study tried to compare counties that had no wind turbines with counties that had wind turbines. It did not take into account what we talk about are the unique characteristics within a county. And they freely speak to that in the Wichita State one that says we are only comparing large farms. So it doesn't really speak to what all of us have said is the density of Douglas County.
Sure.
So I think I've read it several times to see. So I think it is a great study, but it doesn't speak to Douglas County.
Fair enough.
Again, I can only speak for me on what I believe is appropriate as a planning commissioner for Douglas County.
You would not entertain the dual value?
No.
Okay, that's fine.
No.
Mike, are you, something you want to entertain?
I would not entertain.
All right. David, are you?
It's worth proposing, although I don't know what the benefit is if it doesn't get us to a majority.
Right. Well, let's pursue that here. Let's I just want to try to get a quick consensus. Jane, have you been able to follow this conversation? And if I put you on the spot to ask if you would consider a dual value setback solution that is 1,500 foot from a property line, 2,500 foot from an occupied structure? You're on mute, Jane. Still on mute. There you go.
I have been able to follow the conversation, and thank you for asking. I know it is getting late, particularly for old people, but I would not be able to entertain the dual suggestion.
And would you care to share a rationale for that?
Yes, because I believe that it would not be consistent with Plan 2040. And I think that we have discussed that almost ad nauseum, but I think 2040 is the place to begin with this kind of consideration. And I think that we should follow up and do whatever we're going to do with the particular suggestion we've had till now. I think that at this hour, to suggest that sort of change without any opportunity for any public input from anybody who's looked at all of the numbers that have been considered for the last many months would not be fair to everyone. I think this needs to be an open process and one in which everybody, both landowners and non-landowners, have an opportunity to comment.
All right, thank you, Jane.
Thank you.
Sharon, would you entertain a dual value?
I'm not sure I really see the point at this point. I'll have to go back to being kind of a data person and looking at the research. I can't find a rationale for 2,500 that I can justify without it being arbitrary.
Yeah. Prashant?
I would entertain it.
Chelsea?
I like the idea of it, but I am kind of with Jane. It seems like I want to know more about it, maybe, and the
What more?
effects that it maybe would have, but I think I probably would lean towards I guess by that mostly maybe just thinking through it more. I don't know exactly what I would expect to learn, but it does, I just don't feel like I'm ready to jump on that, but I'm not opposed to it. So I guess I'm indifferent. Abstain from this tally.
Pedro?
I'm sorry. I'm in support with Jane in this scenario. I just need a little more information, and the first question that pops to my mind is, as an example of a landowner who would like to build on the edge of the property, or would like to sell a part of the property. I mean, like, would that even be possible? Will they even be able to build something on that edge of the property if it's less than 2,500 feet? And it's just the type of questions like, if I agree to these, I'm like, well, there's another set of issues that might come up in the future that will prevent that landowner to do anything with that land, because at that point, if that piece of land falls within that 2,500 feet, that's all it is, just dirt. You cannot build anything else in the future. If it's something that is, that the city says, well, or the county says, well, you can no longer build anything here on this piece of land. And again, it's just a question. I might be wrong, but.
So they could build. What they would lose is they wouldn't be afforded the protections that are inherent in 2,500 foot from a property line.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, it seems to me that taking off Commissioner Baroto's point, the more likely consequence might be if some sort of repair or replacement were needed to a tower that was now within those 2,500 feet from a newly occupied structure, could introduce its own complications. So I don't think the restriction would be on the non-participating landowner. It would be more likely to.
But it would still be a minimum, or a minimum of 1,500 feet away, and potentially farther.
Yeah.
Depending on where within that property.
Sure, yeah. If it had to be minimum of 1,500 feet from the property line, then naturally it would be at least 1,500 feet from the nearest structure. It's just that I don't know what complication that would have down the line.
All right. Thank you all. Well, this is interesting. We got one abstention in where they might be in a vote on the shared property line. If that were definitive, that would really kind of tell us where to stack that motion up. Right now, there's not support across the full commission for 1,500 feet. Yeah. There is support in a 5-3 for 2,500 feet. And it could be, depending on, David, where I didn't count you in that.
As I said earlier,
still
I would support the consensus. And if the consensus were 2,500 feet, I would support it.
We do have consensus. We're right now at, no, actually, I don't think we have it on that dual value either. I just don't think that is something that the commission has expressed an interest in supporting. So I'm going to, unless anybody wants to talk more about setbacks right now, I'm going to let everybody know that the consensus right now, doesn't mean that's how you have to vote when it comes to it. The consensus right now is that a motion, when we make that motion for approval, using the 2,500 foot value would make sense. All right.
Mr. Chair, could I just ask, is there anybody who would not support a 2,500 but would have supported 1,500? Okay.
That would not support 2,500 but would support? I'm not sure how I'm going to vote on that. I'm a strong advocate for 1,500 feet. I think it's the right thing. I've made that clear.
Yeah, no, I was just
looking
at our neighbors.
Okay, sorry.
It looks like we have two who would not support 2,500 but would have supported 1,500. So,
especially the dual.
Yeah. Just since you were exploring the different.
All right, let's talk about.
That got us to a consensus, maybe.
You may want to
chew on that for just a little bit. Let's talk about cemeteries, religious institutions. There was a request made to consider a 1 mile setback from cemeteries and religious institutions as a unique setback number.
Public cemeteries.
Okay. All right.
Because there are many private cemeteries, and Douglas, we changed that to public cemeteries.
I don't know that we would know where all of those would be.
Yeah.
The non-public ones.
Yeah.
Anybody have any comments?
We heard from enough people.
What's that?
That was a desired thing, and I know we don't.
Also know that
live
there
on
was
desire.
a map circulated showing 1 mile circles around all
Right.
those and how it blocked out a pretty large swath of Douglas County. But For me, I struggle with setting a 1 mile setback from a cemetery or a church. My personal feeling is that those values should be consistent with any other family, any other business, any other anything, not taking away from the solemn nature of what that might be, but I personally can't allow for a 1 mile setback from a cemetery when I'm not going to do that for someone that might have other concerns in their home. That's me. You guys want to make a different case for that?
I can certainly make a case for it.
Okay.
Places of worship, cemeteries, certainly in the country, are used for many different activities. They're used for all kinds of activities, and I don't think you have to be a person of faith to believe that cemeteries have a special place in this county, that they have a special feeling, a special sense. Many people, including myself, I will say, go to cemeteries for different reasons. Some I go and I see my friends that are gone and get a chance to talk to them, but I think it requires a special respect for these places. Some of the cemeteries, I think, and I could be wrong, are on the National Register of Historic Places. And they are certainly on, many of them are on the Heritage Council's designation as heritage spots. And I think they deserve special consideration. And I would certainly like to see the setbacks larger, and a mile does not seem inappropriate to me.
Thank you, Charlie.
Yes.
Anyone else?
They would currently fall under the setbacks that we
2,500
just
foot.
talked about.
If that's how the commission votes, it would be
So this would just be
near
like
a half mile.
This would just be like a special consideration for those entities. Is that correct?
Say that again,
It
please.
would just be a special extra protection for those, for these entities, but these entities would still have the same as a house, an occupied structure or a property line.
They have property lines, yes. So if we, right now, there is no special designation for cemetery or religious institutions. They either meet the property line definition or an occupied structure definition. In this case, since we're not going to go occupied structure, everything would be protected by 2,500-foot property line, even if we don't specifically name it. The request, though, is to name it uniquely and to make that a mile. I'm going to ask for a consensus here in a minute unless people want to discuss a bit more.
If we went with a 2,500 setback, I would suggest 2,500 setback from everything.
I happen to agree with you.
I also happen to agree with David in that scenario.
Okay. Chelsea, where are you?
Yeah, I tend to agree. If we're going to have the 2,500 setback, then while I very much appreciate the country cemetery and churches and take advantage of those, I don't know that they need to be extra called out differently than houses and residential property or other property.
Yeah.
At least that's the way I'm thinking right now, but I'd be open to hearing
I'm the same way.
other.
Prashanth?
Well, I'm not for the 2,500, so
But
I'm gonna vote no. But I understand.
You're saying no to,
no
you're
special.
saying no to a mile, no to a special.
Yeah, no, I don't think, yep.
All right.
Yep.
Sharon?
No.
Same, all right. David, did you already answer? I think you already did.
I said
You already
2,500
did. Yep.
across the board.
Mike?
I'm impaled on the horns of a dilemma. Well, my high school English teacher would like that one.
That's very poetic.
You want to wax on it for a minute?
Yeah, go to Jane.
Hey, Jane, what do you think?
I'm fine with 2,500, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Seeing how the majority of the commission is fine with 2,500, I could be fine with 2,500.
All right.
But,
So-
but I heard you say 2,500 for everything. Does that include roads? You said
We're
it.
talking about 2,500 from property lines. Do you want to open up the road conversation?
Wait, you said it. You said the word everything. It came out of your mouth.
Let me clarify.
Okay, all right, okay.
I'm not suggesting that at all. I'm not suggesting that at all. All right, so we're getting close to being able to put together a motion here based on the notes we've been gathering. Is there any other, before we do that, are there any other considerations? And I'd ask us to keep it relevant to the regulations. Anything that might influence the values, not the values of our community, the values, the measures, the metrics, the components of the regulations that we want to consider.
I have a question.
Yeah, Jim.
What about schools? Have we thought at all about whether there should be any particular consideration around schoolhouses?
We have not. It would fall into the same property line boundary as anything else does.
But when you say anything else, do we need to draw any limits to that? What about a gas station?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
Well, when you say 2,500 feet from any property line, I understand why we're doing that with occupied structures and with churches and cemeteries. We are doing that generally, it seems to me, where there are people and where there are pretty consistently people or animals. Is there any reason to be thinking about anything else? 2,500 from from a gas station just arbitrarily doesn't make a lot of sense to me, but maybe it does.
Well, it's the value is from any property line, and there's going to be every kind of use that you can imagine in that.
Yeah.
If you're asking us to discuss, should gas stations be a different value, we can do that. Do you ever, is that what you're asking, or you're just using that as an example?
Oh, no, I just want to understand when we say, then our present draft of regulations, are they specific enough about 2,500 feet from every property line?
The vote we'll take tonight, if it's passed at 2,500 foot, will be very specific and clear about that.
If you'd like staff to also clarify the current definition of occupied structure, the ad hoc committee spent a great deal of time on, and it's currently in the regulations as occupied structure, any enclosed structure that is or is likely to be occupied by persons or livestock. This includes but is not limited to dwellings, places of business, places of assembly, and barns. So that would be inclusive of an example such as a gas station being a place of business. It would be inclusive of schools, places of assembly, similarly churches. Including but not limited to gives a lot of space. Initially, the ad hoc committee talked about adding more and more and more to that list, but found this definition to hit all the marks that was necessary at that time.
And then I think there was a question about enclosed structures, because there would be some structures that protect animals that may not be enclosed.
And under this definition, that would be excluded. This is enclosed structures as it's currently drafted. However, if the Planning Commission would like to change that, that's absolutely at their discretion.
Thank you.
I think I've confused myself. So now I just have a question real quick. So when we're talking about the setbacks, we're talking about the setbacks from the property line. So we're not talking about them from an occupied structure, right?
Correct.
Okay.
There's two setbacks.
Okay.
That I've heard discussion of, but maybe I'm not following correctly. I can also pull up the setback requirement table if that would be a helpful visual.
That would be great. The only reason I'm asking is because I do see what you're saying with the unoccupied structure. And in my head, I guess I thought the 2,500 was like kind of covering that because it'd be from the property line.
But we did discuss 2,500 feet from an occupied structure also.
Yeah.
We talked about that as a part of the dual value conversation.
But not.
But that's
We didn't have,
Okay. Yeah, so it'd be from the property line. So a barn or a house would be
Yeah.
within what we ended up doing.
Okay.
Right? Would you mind? Oh, you got it. Thank you.
Since we're talking about everything, and Cece's got the table up, are we suggesting to maintain the setback of 1,500 feet from the participating landowner occupied structure? We didn't specifically.
right, so
Yes, participating.
as I'm writing this down, this is non-participating.
I know, but I'm just saying, since we have a table up now that
Yeah.
that enumerates that.
So we've held from the beginning as a part of, you guys jump in if you feel differently, but we differentiated between participating and non-participating from the beginning. Something really unique that we did, and part of allowing for a shifted regulatory footprint. Right, so this setback value would be from non-participating property lines.
Good, I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
That was really the question that was on the table. All right.
Do we need to talk about it with the county boundary line? You mentioned that earlier. I don't
can.
know. I don't have a, I just seeing the chart.
Yeah.
That was one thing that came up and public comment
We
from
can.
other county, out of county residents that was raised. I don't know what you guys, where you guys came.
As it stands, unless we motion that in, unless we add that to the motion's modification, the existing the existing rule would be, because the property line ends at the county line, it'd be 2,500 foot from that.
Okay.
That's what it'd be. Is there a desire for that to be larger, for that to change?
I just want to, a little bit of a tangent. Is that okay?
Okay, yeah.
So if we go with 2,500 feet, in my opinion, we're prohibiting wind energy in Douglas County. And we've talked about values and we talked about Plan 2040. And what we're saying, if we do that, is we'd prefer to get energy from. Energy has to be close to population centers. That's the way it works, because the further away you get from the source of energy, the more loss there is. We don't have superconductivity today, so we're just going to lose energy. So whether it's a wind turbine or a coal-fired power plant or natural gas or oil and gas, they have to be close to population centers. So the closest sources of energy for us are coal. And so what we're saying as a community, our values are we want to continue from getting energy from coal and whatever else we get it from today, instead of something that is demonstrably cleaner. I mean, there's no pollution. I mean, people argue about things, but there is no. And so, as a community, our values are saying we would prefer energy from coal and or oil and gas, which
I understand your point.
Which has when you frack, you're polluting groundwater. And so we're as a community, we're saying we would prefer that. That's our value. That by 2,500 feet, that's what we're saying. That's what we're going to vote for today. And again, we should be boring. We should be about land use, but we talked a lot about values in Plan 2040, and I feel like I don't think we speak for all the values of everybody in Douglas County. We don't.
I am glad that you put that on the record.
I want to be boring.
I am. No, I'm glad that you put that on the record. I don't disagree with you. It isn't in this, that's a policy piece. And when I say I'm glad you had it on the record, that I really hope that the Board of County Commissioners hears that and they think about that when they're going back over our communication on setbacks and talking to, industry and whoever it is that might help inform to get to that question.
Yeah.
For tonight, though.
Understood.
For tonight, though, I feel very good that we've exhausted that topic, that the commissioners have come to their conclusions, and we are where we are on that. I don't disagree with your observation. I don't. It's either we're voting for that or we're voting for 8 times the
Right.
size of a project area.
Right.
One of the two. All right, so without the editorial. So what I've captured, and I'd appreciate some help making sure that I've got this right, that capturing the consensus of the commission, that we would accept a motion. Let me see if I can get to the language here. The motion would be to approve a text amendment with this number, TA 22-00031, to the zoning and land use regulations of the unincorporated territory of Douglas County to amend Section 12, 306-44 wind energy conversion systems, initiated by the Planning Commission in January of 22, with the following modifications. 1, the setbacks from non-participating property lines be set at 2,500 feet. That we update the key items table per Commissioner Hayden's list. That we add security amount to the paragraph that talks about third-party use at operator expense if decided by the commission.
No, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. That was not my intent.
Did I capture? We talked about a lot of things, but I tried to capture the things that we said, yep, we're going to change these. Did I get that right?
I think we were, or at least I was also asking for the, instead of and or on the county township road agreement, that it was an and.
Thank you. Say that one more time.
Oh gosh, I can't point to it now. But
Change.
It's in the memo where it says and/or, and I would like, it's
Page 15.
Page 15.
Traffic impact change.
Yeah, and it's in the memo, it's in the memos. It's just that it added and I wanted it to add and take out or.
Gotcha. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4 modifications.
But
Have I missed anything that anyone can think of?
No,
Was there anything we needed to include from the zoning and codes 3 things? I know the last 2 we were going to send back to them. What about number 1?
I didn't have that as a part of the motion for this, but I did. We've talked about it. I thought we'd send that off as a separate
All right.
after this, because we're not. There's no condition there, right?
Right.
This is what we're telling them we're going to do.
Because that is that was incorporated in staff's memo, right? Like there was already some information, they'd already added mitigation stuff, right?
Yes.
As part of the motion, you wouldn't need to specifically call out the January 22nd memo if that was the desire of the commission to incorporate those changes as listed in that memo.
Just that memo, because there's another memo with it changes, but I don't know.
all of the other memos are consolidated into the one that you got in your packet today.
Perfect.
Gary, did we decide then to make all of the setbacks 2,500 feet from property lines, thereby changing that table that we looked at?
We're about to vote on that.
But Jane, it was only the non-participating landowner setback. That's all that was on the table. We were just discussing that setback.
Thank you, Chuck.
So it wouldn't be the whole table that would change. It would just be that one line, non-participate. It's the second one, I think. And if you're looking at the chart, it's the second one down, non-participating landowner.
That answer your question, Jane?
Yeah, thank you.
So I'm going to read this motion again and make sure I've got it right. I'm not trying to make the motion, but I am going to try to lay this out for us. Consider a text amendment. No. Approve a text amendment, TA 22-00031, to the zoning and land use regulations for the unincorporated territory of Douglas County, Kansas, to amend Section 12-306-44, wind energy conversion system standards, initiated by the Planning Commission on January 26th of 2022, and forward to the Board of County Commissioners with our recommendation of approval with the following modifications. Setbacks on non-participating property lines will be 2,500 feet. That's 2,500 feet. We change the note on page 15 to the verbiage where townships approve road maintenance agreements from and/or to and. Update the key items table per Commissioner Hayden's list. Add to page 16 the verbiage security amount to the section where we allow third parties to be hired at operator expense. And to incorporate the changes presented in the staff memo. Say more words.
I recorded 3 others.
Okay.
I believe the language about adequacy of the security mount was on page 6, not 16.
Okay, correct that, please.
And then that on page 16, that was where the new subsection of the mitigation plan with the language that we had crafted together.
Thank you.
The new M.
A document which incorporates all means of mitigation in addition to those already considered within the application in order to avoid, reduce, or eliminate adverse impacts in other areas related to the CWEX project. And then Commissioner Eldridge mentioned on page 12 and on page 13 where it was recorded as dwellings and should have been occupied structures. I'd also like to clarify on the setback table and then the section, you had mentioned 2,500 from non-participating property lines. Was there also interest in mimicking that for the county boundary line?
Okay, I stopped listening to you. Say me that last one again.
At least he's honest.
In the setback table and then in the section that mirrors it, you had mentioned 2,500 as the non-participating property line setback. Was there interest in also having that as the county boundary line setback, 2,500 feet?
Yeah, but if we don't mention county boundary line, it just defaults to 2,500 feet.
Yes, I understand that to be true.
Okay.
Would you rather I delete the line about county boundary line from the setback table?
It's in the table.
Yeah.
It's in the table,
So-
just change it.
Okay, let's just change it.
Okay.
All right.
People will ask.
What does it say right now? 1,500?
Correct, 15. Do you have interest in me reading the key factors? And you had mentioned them as key items. Did you have interest in renaming it to key items?
No, I do not.
Okay.
I do not have an interest in that.
Oh, that makes my head hurt.
County boundary. All right, I'm trying desperately to get us to
You're doing a good job.
the full version of that.
Really are.
Thank you. All right, and I'm reading this whole thing. I don't want to make the motion, but I'd love to be able to say it in a way that somebody can say, so moved. Someone chooses to do that. Yeah.
Is that, I
Could I
guess
say so moved between what you and,
well, and that's, As a point of order, I'd like to know whether it's reasonable to make that motion.
Are we already there? Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm wondering.
Between you and Cece.
Well, what we can do is, let's ask Jeff.
Jeff, may I
With all
ask?
of this silly back and forth, do we have sufficient information in what I have read and the conversation we've had that someone can say, so moved? Okay, if we grab a second, we can have discussion to make sure that there's no confusion. Or would you like us to read that through one more time? Whatever you want to do.
Say yes.
You'd like us to read it through one more time. He wants us to read it.
Well, we need,
Or as an alternative, can one say, with the amendments, agreed upon?
It's stipulated and.
Yeah, exactly. It's all,
Stipulated discussion captured by staff,
yeah, exactly.
okay?
A little short.
We're talking about it.
give us a second to make sure we've got this captured correctly, because I think we've had enough going around in iterations, and
Fair enough.
I'm going to throw something on the table, and I expect you all to throw things at me here in a second. If you'd give us 5 minutes to get that compiled and something we could put on a screen, that way everybody can see it, that way we have a clarity to it. So if you wouldn't mind a 5-minute recess to allow us that time.
Recess 5 minutes, come back at 15 minutes after the hour.
Good idea.
Okay.
Great idea.
I know.
This language is going to be shown on screen as we go through it. I'm just going to have a quick summary. We think that we have, amongst the great minds that are there, captured this correctly. The motion would be to approve a text amendment, TA-22-00031, to the zoning and land use regulations for the unincorporated territory of Douglas County, Kansas, to amend Section 12-306-44 Wind Energy Conversion System Standards, initiated by the Planning Commission on June 26, 2022, and forward to the County Commission with our approval, with the following modifications. Number one, adding the term security amount to the third-party review, adding key factors 12 through 20 on page 7, change the term dwelling to occupied structure on page 12 and on page 13.
What he's reading.
Remove the word "or" from the "and/or" statement on page 15 regarding township approval of road maintenance. Add verbiage to county's recommendation and approve the mitigation plan language on page 16. Change the setback in both the regulations and in Table 1 to read 2,500 feet from non-participating property line and 2,500 feet from a county boundary line. And changes that are outlined in the January 22nd memo from staff. Would anyone like to make that motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
David's going to second. Discussion.
I find this the painful outcome of a deliberative process that I hope bears fruit. I'm not terribly happy with this particular motion, but I support it, and I hope it gives the governing body an opportunity to do something good for the county.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Just that I'm not going to support it, and just because I don't think I can justify it in my mind with the data I have and the research that's been done. It just feels a little bit arbitrary to me. But I get it. I understand about Plan 2040. I can see where people land, and I just know that it's a burden that is going to be, if there ever is a project, is a burden that the county will have to bear. And I'm going to do my darndest when things come up for the city of Lawrence, the Lawrence Development Code. I'm going to do my darndest to make sure that Lawrence helps with this burden also that we have. To me, I'm very, very worried about our ability to fight climate change, and so that's part of my rationale.
Thank you.
So.
Any other comments? Any other discussion? I'll also vote no on this, on just the one point of setbacks. I honestly, in my heart of hearts, believe that we've got the wrong number on that, but I've drained that. I don't think that we've left anything on the table in that discussion. I think everything has been put out, and I feel very comfortable that this represents the will of the commission. So with that, those in favor of approval, say aye. Please show of hands, and we'll get a count. Oops, I raised my hand.
Or so have it.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Jane is 6. Those opposed, same sign. 1, 2, 3. The motion carries 6-3. Before we recess for tonight, I guess one last thing. Is there any Any other business before the commission tonight?
I don't think so, but I would just like to really echo what was said about the land development code. I think that is really fantastic to remind people to pay attention and to participate. And now is a really good time while we're developing the land development code to participate and to have the community voice. It's just a very different process that brings more people together and just mashes a lot of things. And so thank you for your work on it. And thank you for reminding everyone to like really show up and participate and recognize the values of the community in the land development code, because that's in the middle of being amended.
Yeah.
So, thank you.
No other business before the commission tonight. I just want to say one last thing as we close this off and hand this over to the Board of County Commissioners. The county owes this ad hoc committee, Charlie, Mike, and Prashant, a debt of thanks, a debt of gratitude for tremendous work. Appreciate that. Tremendous work. Countless hours in both effort and lost sleep as we took this matter very, very seriously. So I personally want to thank you for the opportunity to work with you. The depth, the struggles, the tough times that we went through to get to tonight. It matters. So thank you. And staff, oh my gosh, Cece and Sandy. I know. Thank you so much. Take a motion to recess.
So moved.
Second. Any discussion? All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And we're out. See you tomorrow.
Tomorrow, isn't it?
I'm going, it's my mother-in-law's.
So I put the memo, just got
So.
That whole package. I mean, I don't, have you looked at, is it?
I've read the
Great
first
priorities.
Although I kind of miss you guys because
Is it really different than the last one?
It's a bonanza.
No,
It's a well.